So, all right. So I'll be sharing our slides. Wait lang. Sample lang siya. Intro. Ayan. Okay, so pwede na ako mag-off cam. All right, so good evening, guys. So by the way, I'm Professor Mary Ann Leo Gracias. So Sir Nolly was my former student in PCCR. Okay, so I've been teaching the subject for quite long na. So I'm still a part of PCCR as part-timer, but I'm a full-timer at New Era University teaching forensic chemistry and toxicology. So I'm connected to different schools. So I have 5 schools at the moment, no, since it's online naman. So ayan yung subject na hawak ko all throughout my teaching years. So matagal ko nang tinuturo itong subject na to. Kaya nga sabi ko sa inyo, si Sir nyo, Sir Incad was my former student. Alright, so bakit? Ayun. So we'll discuss some parts of the introduction to forensic chemistry and toxicology. Okay, wag na yan. So we have the scope of forensic chemistry. So based on its definition, so it deals with the application of chemical principles in the identification of evidence, its physical and chemical properties. So alam niyo naman yun because you already taken forensic chemistry. So it deals with all those physical pieces of physical evidence which are usually gathered in crime scenes. So we have DNA or the deoxyribonucleic acid collection. So dapat ma-review nyo or ma-recall nyo yung proper techniques in the collection, preservation, examination, and study of blood, semen, and other body fluids, especially blood and semen. Then we have gunpowder and explosives, hair and textile fibers, question documents. Then we have glass and glass fragments. What else? We have, okay, but ayaw niya. Ayan, so mollage. No, I think you're familiar with mollage. So this is the reproduction of an impression with the use of a casting material. So ito yung ginagamit sa replication ng mga shoe prints, footprints, something like that. Then we have metallurgy. So there are some cases wherein it involves or criminal offenses wherein metals are also used. So just like, for example, in serial numbers, what else we have? Serial numbers of firearms, and then we have serial numbers of a motor vehicle. So dito applied yan. So also in robbery cases. Excuse me lang guys. May review ako, anak. Bakit? Nasaan ka? Nasa bahay? Ando. Eh, tawagan mo na lang siya. Mag-start yung review ko. Sige, sige. Okay. Alright, so we have petrography as applied to crime detection. So siguro naalala nyo to, this is the study of soil. Then analysis and identification of dangerous drugs. So incorporate ko yung dangerous drugs. Even though you belong to the old curriculum pa eh, pero I think some questions will be obtained from the study of dangerous drugs. Then we have, okay, so alam niyo na kung sino yung forensic chemist. Even this one, you do not need this one. Okay, so next we have the practice of forensic chemistry. So there are 4 stages in the work of a forensic chemist. So namely, we have collection or reception of the specimen. So it's really the work of the forensic chemist to collect and to receive specimen from police investigators. So particularly the SOCO team, di ba? But as future law enforcers, no, there are some cases, or most of the time, it is the work of the police investigator to collect or receive, or collect na, kasi yung magre-receive is the forensic chemist, to collect the specimens from the crime scene. And then we have some, what do you call this, guidelines in the collection of this specimen. So case-to-case basis yung collection tsaka yung reception ng specimen, because there are some cases na it's only the forensic chemist who will do the collection. Pero most of the time, ang pumupunta sa crime scene is the police investigator or the SOCO team. Now, after collecting, so the next stage is the actual examination of the specimen. So, sa actual examination, the forensic chemist usually starts with the introductory exam or the preliminary examination before he proceeds to a most conclusive examination. So, like for example, in the identification of an alleged, let's say, dangerous drug. So, mag-start siya dun sa preliminary test up to the instrumental method, which will conclusively identify the physical evidence gathered. All right, so after the examination, or while he's doing his examination, so he has to take down notes. So he has to summarize the results of the examination. Then after that, he will do the court appearance. Okay, so it's the work of the forensic chemist to testify in court, and what he is testifying is the result of the examination that he conducted on the physical evidence. Okay, so take note of these 4 stages. Next, we have the 6 golden rules in the practice of forensic chemistry. So this was according to Gawon in 2018. So first, go slowly. Okay, so for every examination that the chemist will do is he has to go slowly because a hard work. Yung minadaling examination ay hindi magiging conclusive ang result niyan. So it has to go slowly. Then be thorough, as I've said earlier, has to start with the very preliminary test up to the most conclusive one. So ladderize, kumbaga, ang examination na gagawin niya. Hindi siya pwedeng dumiretso doon sa conclusive test. He has to go step by step. Then take down notes. He has to take down notes all the results of the examination. Lahat ng observation na ginagawa niya, kailangan nakasulat yun. Consult others. Now, consult others in the sense that there are some cases, especially, there are some cases where it's the first time that that chemist will do such examination. So, halimbawa, ang toka niya lang is in the identification of dangerous drugs. Tapos biglang napunta sa kanya ang DNA analysis. Of course, he has to consult the opinion of his or her co-chemist. Kasi nga, first time, o kaya hindi siya masyadong hindi niya masyadong kabisado kung ano yung mga dapat na resulta ng DNA analysis na yun. So yun yung purpose kung bakit kailangan niya mag-consult ng others. Then use imagination. So although scientific base sila, they have to place themselves into the crime scene so that they can obtain an accurate result of the examination that he is conducting. Then sa pagbibigay ng conclusion, so he has to avoid complicated theories because a simple statement usually gives the correct answer. So yun yung pinaka-importante doon, by giving the correct or a simple statement, because usually this simple statement gives the correct or the most correct examination or correct result. Okay, so we'll be dealing also with evidence. Pero alam kong evidence is you have your criminal evidence. However, we'll discuss some of it. So we have the definition of evidence there. Then we have the classification of evidence. So first we have direct evidence. So direct evidence is that which the senses perceive any fact by which, bakit hindi ko mabasa to? Okay, so dito nalagay. Ayan. So any fact to which a witness testifies based on what he saw, heard, smelled, touched, or tasted. So lahat ng na-perceive na kanyang senses. Nakita niya yung pangyayari, narinig niya yung pangyayari, he was able to use his 5 senses. That's why he knew what had happened in the crime scene. So lahat ng statement, halimbawa, lahat ng statement na sasabihin ng witness, especially the eyewitness, it is considered as a direct evidence, no? Against, let's say, against the suspect. Next, we have circumstantial evidence. So circumstantial evidence is a kind of evidence that seeks to establish a conclusion by inferences from proven facts. So what is an example of this? So let's say we have, let's say, a blood stain, no, which is found on the shirt of the the suspect. Okay, upon interrogation, no, he claimed that he had a nosebleed. So kaya daw nagkaroon ng blood sa kanyang shirt is nagka-nosebleed siya. The question is that suspect telling the truth or not? All right, so therefore, the blood stain on his shirt will be submitted for blood grouping and blood typing. And then it was found out, no, based on the examinations conducted, it was proven that it matched with the blood of the victim. Okay, so this is now considered as a circumstantial evidence against that suspect. Kasi bakit, ang tanong, bakit napunta sa t-shirt niya yung blood ng victim? Okay, so it was established, it was concluded, no, through examinations that there was a match between the stain found on the shirt of the suspect to that of the stain or to the blood of the victim. Kaya it is considered now as a circumstantial evidence. Next, we have hearsay evidence. So what is this? So sa madaling salita, chismis, no? It is a statement made by a witness on the authority of another and not from his own personal knowledge or observation. So pasalin-salin na information yan. It's not from the personal knowledge of, let's say, a person who is testifying. Sabi ni ganito, ganyan, sabi ni ganito, walang klase, sabi ni ganito, hindi tuloy ang ating. So that's a hearsay evidence. Now, going back to circumstantial evidence, guys. When is circumstantial evidence admissible in court? Ilan dapat? Ilang circumstantial evidence ang dapat na magdidiin doon sa suspect? there should be 2 or 3, more than 2. Okay, take note of that. Kasi kung iisa yung circumstantial evidence na makukuha against that suspect, it is inadmissible in court. Okay? Now, how about hearsay evidence? Is hearsay evidence admitted or admissible in court? No, except, ayan. So, hearsay evidence is inadmissible in court except on the following circumstances. First, we have a dying declaration. So, tinatanggapan dying declaration kasi walang taong mamamatay na hindi na magsasabi ng totoo yan. Okay? Res gestae. So what do you mean by res gestae? Res gestae is event that has happened already. Tapos na. Mga pangyayaring tapos na. Okay. And then we have declaration against interest. Declaration against interest is yung ipagkakanulo mo yung sarili mo. Then we have act or declaration about pedigree. So this is testifying, no? In substitute to your family member. Limbawa, nanay mo is hindi makapag-testify. Tapos ikaw bilang anak, ikaw yung magte-testify. So that's declaration about pedigree. Then we have common reputation. What is meant by common reputation? Halimbawa, sa isang community, tapos meron tayong known na drug pusher doon. Yan. Nahuli si ganito. Wag na kayo magtaka kung bakit nahuli yan. Talaga namang pusher yan. Yun. But that's your common reputation. Okay, yung pagkakakilala sa'yo ng nakararami. That's common reputation. Then we have entries in the course of business, entries in official records. Mga documentary evidence na to, but sometimes they are classified as hearsay evidence. Then testimony or deposition at a former proceeding. So yung mga nakaraang mga hearing, yung mga statement na nangyari doon, yun yung mga testimony na sinasabi dito sa testimony or deposition at a former proceeding. Okay? Next, we have scientific evidence. So when is an evidence considered as scientific? So this is defined as a means sanctioned by law of ascertaining in a judicial proceeding the truth respecting a matter of fact wherein scientific knowledge is necessary. So like for example, yung kanina sa blood. So how do we know that the blood stain found on the shirt of the suspect is the blood or matched with the blood of the victim? So it underwent different examinations, or scientific evidence is applied to it, or scientific principles is applied to that blood stain. That's why we were able to determine that it matched with the blood of the victim. So example yan ng scientific evidence. Or another definition, it is an evidence based on or conforming to principles and techniques of science. Basta nag-apply ka ng scientific principles to a physical evidence, it will already be considered as a scientific evidence. All right, next we have the forms of scientific evidence. So there are 3. So we have real or autoptic evidence, then we have testimonial evidence, and then documentary evidence. So what is an example of a real or autoptic evidence? Let's say a firearm which was recovered from the possession of the suspect, yan. Or a firearm which was found in a crime scene. So lahat, real, or these are things, no? Or these are physical evidence which are usually recovered from suspects of crimes, or physical evidence which are usually recovered from the crime scenes. So ito may real or autoptic evidence. Then we have testimonial evidence. Of course, this is the statement, no, made by ordinary witnesses and expert witnesses. All right. Then we have documentary. So from the word document, so it is a written evidence, no? Which is presented usually inside the court. Ayan. Ibibigay ko kay Sir Noli nyo yung summary or let's say notes about this one. Hindi ko lang alam kasi may final coaching yata tayo ng April 21. So doon ko na lang ibigay. I have prepared mga 100 questions. O isa-isahin natin yan sa final coaching which will be on April 21. Kailan exam nyo pala? June? May? Kailan exam nyo, mga anak? All right, next we have physical evidence. So what is a physical evidence? So this refers to any material found in connection with an investigation. So it aids in establishing the identity of the perpetrator of the crime or the circumstances under which the crime was committed. So it generally assists in the prosecution of a criminal. So these are the materials, no, which will be used in order to prove or disprove the guilt of suspects of crime. So, napakahalaga talaga ng mga physical evidence, no? Because this will establish the identity of the perpetrator of the crime. It will be either, what do you call this? Pwedeng, this will establish whether that perpetrator is guilty or not. No? Itong mga physical evidence na to. So next we have the guiding principles in the collection of physical evidence. So first we have the sufficiency of samples. So for every collection that an investigator will do, guys, is he has to be sure that there is enough samples to be collected. So para lang, di ba, everybody has experienced urine analysis or urinalysis. So anong sasabihin sa iyo pagka kumuha ka? Sir, ma'am, dapat puno yan na. So there should be enough samples. Why? Because there are hindi lang iisang exam ang ikakonduct ng forensic chemist yan. There are several examinations to be conducted, as I've said, from the very preliminary up to the most conclusive. So dapat marami yung sample na kukunin sa crime scene. No? Although if that physical evidence is for DNA analysis, pwedeng konti yan kasi it can be replicated. Pero kung ibang samples yan for or samples which are intended not for DNA analysis, kailangan enough yung samples. Then we have standard for comparison. What is this standard for comparison or standard specimen? It is a known specimen that is used to compare with a question specimen. So example, let's say the blood of the victim. So kailangan laging kukuha, let's say, blood stains or blood are scattered all over the crime scene. Okay, so ang tawag doon sa mga nasa crime scene, no, is question. That's the question specimen kasi hindi natin alam ang origin nun. So, in order to do comparative examinations, the investigator should always get standard specimens. So, yung standard natin, known, alam mo kung saan galing. Say, the blood of the victim, kailangan makakuha ka niyan. Blood of the suspect para may magamit for comparative examination. Kasi mababaliwala, guys, yung mga collected na specimen or collected blood stains sa crime scene kung wala tayong standard for comparison. Okay, next we have maintenance of individuality. So what do we mean by this? So going back again to those blood stains which are scattered all over the crime scene. So they have to be maintained individually. So meaning they have to be collected and packed separately. Why? Because we do not know whether these blood stains located at the different places in the crime scene belong to two or more different persons. So, kailangan pag kinolek yan ng mga SOCO, kinolek ng investigators yan, they have to be collected and packed individually. And then, next we have the labeling and sealing. So, lagi dapat naka-label yan, no? Naka-label in order to maintain the integrity of the specimen, and then they have to seal it, especially kung drug-related yung physical evidence. So, kailangan alam ng investigator kung paano i-label yan, and then kung paano i-seal yan para hindi mapalitan yung ating physical evidence. Okay? So, a case information is always attached to a collected physical evidence in order to identify it properly. Kasi pag walang label yan, hindi yan nakasil, no? Pag hindi nakasil yan, halimbawa, blood nakalagay sa test tube. Pag hindi nakasil yung stopper ng test tube, maaaring matanggal yun, tapos matatapon yan. So, para pagka tinransport yan from the crime scene going to the crime laboratory, naka-maintain yung integrity ng sample, hindi siya masisira. So with the label, it's always be labeled para ma-identify ng chemist kung ano ba talaga yung physical evidence na yun. Okay? Next, we have the witness. So who is the witness? A witness is any person who is requested to give information concerning an incident or person. So he testifies in court. He may be the victim, the suspect, the complainant, the source of information, or an observer of an occurrence. So you take note of that. That definition was given by Douglas in 2018. Lang guys, makainit. Okay. So, a witness in court may be classified as ordinary or an expert witness. So, who are these ordinary witnesses? So, ordinary witness testifies to impressions of common experience and state facts but not his opinion or conclusions. So, kung ano lang yung nalalaman niya, yun lang yung pwede niya sabihin. Okay, yun lang yung pwede niyang i-testify. While an expert witness is one who possesses a special skill, be it in art, trade, or science, to the extent that he possesses information not within the common knowledge of men. So again, this definition was given by Douglas. Ngayon, tanong, sino tong mga expert witnesses na to? So this includes the forensic chemist. Sino pa? We have the medical legal officer. Who else? The ballistician. Then we have the signature verifier. So lahat yan may mga expertise sa field nila. That's why they are referred as expert witnesses. Okay, ordinary kahit sino pwede yan. Basta may kinalaman or may alam siya doon sa, halimbawa, sa crime na nangyari. So he can be able to give his testimony. So it's an ordinary witness. Pag ang expert, ay expert talaga yan. Sila lang nakakaalam yan. Alright. Now, we have the difference between an ordinary and an expert witness. So, an ordinary witness can only state what his senses have perceived. So, kung ano lang yung narinig niya, nakita niya, o kaya naamoy niya, ganon. So, yun lang yung pwede niya sabihin. While an expert witness state what he has perceived and also give his opinion, deductions, or conclusions to his perceptions. Alright, so he can give his conclusion. Halimbawa, submitted sa kanila lang yung physical evidence, but because they have the knowledge to identify such evidence, they can be able to give their conclusion. So, si expert witness yan. Pero si ordinary witness, di pwede magbigay ng conclusion yan. So, kung ano lang yung nakita niya, yun lang. Halimbawa, ay nakita ko si Mr. X tumatakbo palabas sa bahay. Okay. Yun lang yung nakita niya. So, hindi niya pwede sabihin, siya yung sumaksak kasi hindi naman talaga niya nakita. So, kung ano lang, yun nalalaman niya. Another, an ordinary witness may not be skilled on the line he is testifying. So, just like what I've said, anybody can be a witness as long as they can deliver the information. So, kahit bingi yan, tapos, o kaya kahit PP yan, may sign language naman, then he can be able to give the information. Kasi kahit bingi yan, kung nakita niyo yung pangyayari, pwede niyang isulat naman yan, di ba? So, kahit sino, pwedeng maging ordinary witness. An expert witness must be skilled in the art, science, or trade he is testifying. Sa limbawa, sa identification of blood grouping and blood typing, hindi mo pwedeng ibigay sa ano yan, sa signature verifier yan. So, sino lang gagawa? Is the forensic chemist and the medical legal officer. Kasi sila yung qualified. Sila yung may skill noon. Sa firearm, hindi mo pwede ibigay sa signature verifier. Pero signature yan, syempre, ibigay mo sa signature verifier yan. Okay. Next. An ordinary witness cannot testify on things or facts he has not perceived except those provided by law. Tama, hindi siya pwedeng magbigay ng mga details na hindi naman niya alam. Okay. How about the expert witness? Expert witness testify on things he has not seen by giving his opinions, deductions, conclusions, and the statement of facts. So tulad ng sinabi ko, most of the time, ang nagko-collect ng physical evidence sa crime scene ay ang mga investigators. So ang forensic chemist, hindi mo aasahan na pupunta sa crime scene yan. But they can be able to give their conclusion. Okay, why? They base their deductions, their conclusions on the examinations that they conduct on the said physical evidence. Okay, so these are the differences between the ordinary and the expert witness. I hope may natutunan kayo dyan sa part na yan. Sana tayo. Stop share. Dami nyo pala. There are 138. Okay, next. We have blood na tayo. Sana aking blood. Ayan. All right. So our next topic is we have blood. Okay, blood and blood stains. All right. So these are the importance of the study of blood. Okay, first, as a circumstantial or corroborative evidence against or in favor of the perpetrator of the crime. All right. Then as evidence in case of disputed parentage. So what do you mean by this? Okay, example, let's say a woman filed a case against the alleged father of her child claiming for financial support. Okay, bakit? Kasi ayaw nga tumatanggi yung alleged father na magbigay ng suporta kasi he's claiming also na hindi niya anak yung batang yun. So therefore, kung may kaso yan, the court may order for the collection of blood samples from the father and that of the child. Okay? So anong gagamitin? Blood sample. Okay. The next, as evidence in the determination of the cause of death and the length of time the victim survived the attack. So this is based on the characteristics of the blood which are discovered in the crime scene. So ano yung tsura ng blood? Ayan. Okay, the blood, the pool of blood or the blood patterns which are left in the crime scene. So yun yung makakapag-determine kung ano ba yung cause ng death ng victim. Next, in the determination of the direction of escape of the victim or the assailant. So again, no, through the droplets of the blood left in the crime scene. So malalaman natin kung saan ba tumakbo ang victim o kaya saan tumakbo yung assailant, lalo kung nasugatan din yung assailant natin. Then last, as evidence in the determination of the approximate time the crime was committed. So again, this is based on the properties or the characteristics of the blood which was left in the crime scene. All right, so what is blood? Yan. So blood is defined as the circulating tissue of the body. So it is referred to as a highly complex mixture of cells, enzymes, proteins, and inorganic substances. It is the red fluid of the blood vessels. Okay, blood is opaque. So what do you mean by that? Opaque means when we put blood against the light, light cannot pass through it. Hindi tatagos ang light kasi it has a dark red color. But upon the addition of some reagents such as ether or water, magiging lake ang color niyan o kaya magiging lighter ang color niyan. That's the time that it is being translucent. So pag sinabi natin translucent, light can already pass through it. So its normal pH is between 7.35 to 7.45, meaning it's faintly alkaline in nature. Okay, siguro naririnig niyo yung alkaline na sinasabi. Pagka tumaas ng 7 yan, no, meaning blood is acidic. So pagka acidic ang blood kasi, there's something wrong in our system. So, yan yung normal na pH dapat ng dugo natin. It should be between 7.35 to 7.45, which means that it is alkaline in nature. All right, next we have the components or the composition of blood. So, blood consists of 45% formed elements or the solid materials. So, these include the red blood cells or they are referred as erythrocytes. So anong function ng red blood cells? They contain the hemoglobin that act as oxygen carrier. So red blood cells are our oxygen carriers. Okay, sila nagre-regulate ng oxygen to or they carry the oxygen to the various cells of our body. How about the white blood cells, or they are known as leukocytes? So white blood cells are the protector of they are the protectors of our immune system. Okay, so these are the parang kumbaga antibodies natin yan. Then we have the blood platelets. They are referred as thrombocytes. The blood platelets, what do you call this? Prevents blood clotting, yung pamumuo ng dugo natin, lalo kung may sugat tayo. So, kailangan ma-regulate yung flow niyan or else magkakaroon ng hemorrhage. No? So, blood platelets prevents clotting of the blood, yung pamumuo ng blood. Then we have 55% is the plasma. So, this is the fluid portion of the blood, which consists further of 90% water and then the 10% solid proteins. No? So like lecithin, we have choline, mga fibrinogen, yan yung mga protein content nitong 10% solid ng ating plasma. So plasma, take note, is the liquid portion or the fluid portion of the blood. All right, so in the forensic characterization of blood, we have to consider, guys, the red blood cells and that of the serum. So, anong kaibahan ng serum sa plasma? Alright. So, serum is a straw yellow liquid formed when clotted blood is allowed to stand for some time and the blood contracts. So in short, serum is the product of blood that has clotted. So namuo yung dugo, okay, may hiwalay na yellow liquid doon. Ang tawag sa kanya serum. While the plasma, kasi parehas silang straw yellow liquid eh, plasma is formed when blood is allowed to stand after an oxalate has been added to prevent clotting. So therefore, yung plasma ay product ng unclotted blood. So paano natin makukuha yun? So since hindi nag-clot yung blood, okay, so will allow, or these chemists will allow the blood to settle down. Okay, patitiningin muna yung liquid solution or the blood solution. Bababa lahat yung mga solid materials. So doon sa ibabaw, let's say nasa test tube yan, sa ibabaw ay may mamumuong straw yellow liquid. Okay, so that's the plasma. So that's the difference between the serum and the plasma. Serum is a product of clotted blood. So namuong blood dyan. Tapos may hihiwalay na liquid. Serum yun. Tapos yung plasma naman is the product of an unclotted blood. So may hihiwalay pa rin na yellow liquid doon pag nag-settle down lahat yung mga solid particles. Okay, clotted, unclotted lang ang difference niya. So anong gagamitin natin dito sa blood grouping? It is the serum kasi it contains the fibrinogen. Alright, so next we have the problems in the study of blood. So where blood is to be searched for, saan daw kukunin ng mga investigators ang blood? Okay? And then 2, collection, preservation, packing, and transportation of specimens suspected to contain blood. So in collection, preservation, packing, the investigator should follow some correct guidelines there. Okay, later. Sasabihin ko sa inyo. Then, after the collection, after submitting the physical evidence or the blood, what's the next? Collecting the blood stains or another substance. So, this is now the series of examinations which are conducted in the identification of the blood. So, magmula sa pag-identify kung talagang blood ba yung stain na submit. Okay, pagka proven na blood yan, ano next? Is it human blood or animal blood? So pag human blood yan, ang next na question, kaninong blood yan? Is it the blood of the victim or the blood of the suspect or anybody else present in the crime scene? Okay. Aralin nyo tong blood kasi maraming questions na lumalabas yan. So we have fluids, fluid blood. So fluid blood can be collected from victims of violent crime. So ito na yung magiging standard blood natin kasi alam natin na galing sa victim yan. Then we have parents and child in case of disputed parentage. Okay. Then we have dried blood or blood stains. So there are some situations wherein blood are found in different conditions and in different situations, I should say. Okay, number 1, we have floors, tabletops, walls, and immovable objects. Okay, ano yung mga immovable objects na yan? Mga pintuan, mga bintana, ganyan. Tapos yung floor natin, floor na gawa sa wood o kaya cemented na floor yan. So, what is the correct technique of collecting these blood stains in such areas? So this is done by scraping, guys. So scraping na, number 1. Scraping ang method ng pagkuha ng blood dyan. So how? Halimbawa nasa wall yung blood stain. So what the investigator needs is a clean bond paper. Tapos tatapat niya yung bond paper doon sa may blood. Tapos scrape niya using a clean knife or a razor blade. Okay. So yun ang tamang paraan, scraping. Take note of that. Then number 2, we have hard surfaces like axe, hammer, what else? Knives, stones, and then crowbars. So pagka ang blood ay nasa mga ganito, like knife, we have hammer, ganyan, the investigator will collect those objects, no, themselves. So yan mismo yung isa-submit sa crime lab. So walang karapatan yung investigator, guys, na magtanggal ng stain dyan sa mga ganyan. Anyway, these objects are movable. They can be transported to the crime laboratory. So yun mismo yung dadalhin ng investigators. It's the knife, kung bloodstained knife yan, o kaya hammer, yan yung mismong dadalhin. Okay? And then number 3, we have glazed surfaces like glass, tiles, automobiles. So tiles yung flooring natin na made of tiles. So, paano kinokolekto? This is done by swabbing it with cotton moistened with saline solution. Kung nagsusulat kayo, so this is done by swabbing. Alright, so saline solution ang gagamitin. Hindi pwedeng gumamit ng acetone o kaya alcohol. Why? These are strong solutions that will alter the components of the blood. So, ang pwede lang na pang collect is the saline solution. Okay, how about blood stain on clothing and fabrics? So, if the clothing is still moist, no, it should be air-dried completely first before packing. So, hindi pwedeng paarawan yan. Why? Because the heat of the sun will destroy the different components of the blood. Okay, it should only be air-dried. Pwedeng tutukan ng ventilator pero hindi paarawan. Then, the ideal container for this class is hindi pwede ang ziplock, hindi pwede ang plastic bag. So the ideal container for blood-stained clothing is paper bag. Okay, so bakit paper bag? That is to prevent the formation of moisture. Kasi pag nag-moist yan, halimbawa, pinatuyo ng investigators yung mga blood bago pinak. Kaso nga lang, nilagay nila sa plastic bag. So what will happen? Makukulob yun. So it's not ideal to put this blood-stained clothing in a plastic bag because this will produce moist. So ang ideal na container is only the paper bag. Okay, ulitin ko ha. Yung number 1, that's done by scraping. I-scrape yung blood stain dyan. Tapos in number 2, those objects will be submitted. Yan mismo. Kung halimbawa, maraming blood dyan, yan mismo isa-submit. Then number 3, no, that can be collected by swabbing. Swabbing with cotton moistened with saline solution. Okay, ano yung saline solution? It's 0.9% salt solution. Saline is 0.9% salt solution. Asin lang. 0.9, we have 0.9 grams of sodium chloride in 1 liter of solution yun. In 1 liter of water pala. Basta take note nyo yan. Saline is 0.9% sodium chloride solution or salt solution. Okay, so ang packaging material ng clothing natin is paper bag. Ay, mga keywords nyo dito sa collection ng dried blood or blood stains. Okay, next we have now the different examinations of blood. So there are 4 chronological tests for blood. So first we have the preliminary, next confirmatory, and then we have precipitin, and then the blood grouping. Alright, so isa-isahin natin to. So what is the purpose of preliminary test? So this determines whether the stain is blood or another substance. So it will answer the question, is it an alleged blood stain? So blood ba yan? So ayun, that will answer the question. Then number 2, Once that alleged blood gave positive result with a preliminary, the forensic chemist will proceed to the confirmatory test from the word confirm. So, dito pa lang natin patutunayan kung yung nag-positive doon sa preliminary ay totoong blood. So, confirmatory test determines whether the stain is really blood. Alright, so really blood siya. Ano next? Number 3. So, this is called the precipitin test. So, it determines whether the blood is of human or animal origin. Now, if it is human origin, next question, whose blood is that? That's why we have the blood grouping test because there are 4 blood groups. We have, ano yung mga blood groups natin? So, I will not use the term type, ha? So, from the medical point of view kasi, ang tawag nila dyan, type A, positive, type B, negative, mga ganun. Type AB, type O. No, it's not. Now, we call this in the forensic point of view as blood group A, blood group B, blood group AB, and then blood group O. Kaya kailangan ma-identify natin kung anong blood group yung, let's say, the blood stain which was collected in the crime scene. Okay, so isa-isahin natin to. Now, there are 5 preliminary tests for blood. So we have benzene, we have phenolphthalein, or the Castle-Meyer test. We have guayaquil or Van Dines or the Days-Conbanes test. Then we have the leucomalachite green test and we have the luminol test. So puro mga technical terms ito. You will encounter this in your board exam. So what is this benzene test and how is it done? So this is done by direct application of the benzene reagent to an alleged blood stain. So anong gagawin ng chemist dyan? He has to cut a small portion of the stain and then he will add a drop of hydrogen peroxide and 1 drop of benzene reagent. Okay, so direct application lang. What's the positive result? It is an intense blue color that is produced immediately. Ano yung intense blue color? Dark blue or navy blue? Mag-break time ako mamaya. Kataas ka ng blood. Kasi mahaba pa to. Okay, so why is it that benzene test is just considered a preliminary test for blood? Alright, so may limitation kasi ito guys. Ayan. So benzene test is not a specific test for blood. Ayan. Positive results may be obtained from substances such as sputum, pus, nasal secretions, plant juices, formalin, clay, and gum. So ano ibig sabihin nito? Itong mga substances na to guys, pag pinatakan natin ng hydrogen peroxide at benzene reagent will give the same positive result as that of blood, which is why benzene test is considered as a preliminary test for blood kasi may kaparehas siya ng positive result. Alright, alam niyo lahat yung terms na yan. Sputum is dura, then pus is nana. Ayan, so yun siguro yung kailangan yung malaman yan. So take note of that. The positive result for the benzene test is an intense blue color that will appear immediately once the blood stain or an alleged blood stain is added with hydrogen peroxide and the benzene reagent. Another preliminary is called the phenolphthalein or the Castle-Meyer test. So the same procedure, all the chemists will do is to add directly the phenolphthalein reagent plus hydrogen peroxide to an alleged blood stain. Then the color is positive result that is obtained is a rose color or deep pink color or permanganate color. Anong kulay? Yung kasing kulay nitong slide ko, yung background ng slide. So that's the positive result which is obtained when the stain is an alleged blood stain. However, again, we have a limitation of the phenolphthalein or the Kastle-Meyer test. So the test also reacts with copper salts, potatoes, and horseradish. Horseradish, by the way, class, is malunggay. Okay. Horseradish is malunggay. So, ayan din. Pag pinatakan natin ng hydrogen peroxide at phenolphthalein reagent, itong copper salts, patatas, pati yung malunggay, they will give a pink color. Which is why, or that's the reason why, phenolphthalein or the Kastle-Meyer test is just a preliminary test kasi may kapareha siya ng positive result. Okay, next we have the guayaquil test. So, direct application ulit to para sila ng procedure, guys. So, direct application of the guayaquil reagent plus hydrogen peroxide to an alleged blood stain. The positive result obtained is a beautiful blue color that appears immediately. So, beautiful bright blue color yan. Kasi yung kanina sa benzene is navy blue or an intense blue color. Ito, beautiful blue is a royal blue, ganyan. Or bright blue color. So, guayaquil test is also considered as a preliminary test. Why? The test also reacts with saliva, pus, bile. Ano yung bile? Apdo. Bile is apdo. Then we have milk, rust, iron salts, cheese, gluten, potatoes, perspiration, and other oxidizing agents. Siguro hindi nyo alam dyan, bile, that's apdo. Gluten is an ingredient in bakery products. Ginagamit parang baking soda yung gluten na yan. Okay, mga glutinous, yan, yan. From the word glutinous, yung gluten. Next, we have the leucomalachite green test. So, again, this is a direct application of the malachite green solution to an alleged blood stain. Then the positive result is a malachite green or bluish green. Anong color yan? Kulay lumot. Okay, so kulay lumot ang positive result niyan. However, no, when I made my book in forensic chemistry and toxicology, wala akong makuhang limitation yan. Now, why is it that it is considered as a preliminary test, though walang limitation? Because this is a color test. It's just a color test. So, pag sinabi kasing color test sa chem, no, it's considered as a preliminary test. It's just an initial way of identifying it. Now, question, what is this oxidation all about? So, guys, this is the principle which is involved in the four preliminary tests for blood. So, doon sa benzene, what else? We have the phenolphthalein, we have the guayaquil, and the leucomalachite. So, the principle which is involved in this four tests is the oxidation. So, paano oxidation? Meaning, it's the addition of oxygen. Mag-o-oxidize yung ating test reagents. Okay, yung test reagents, ang mag-iiba ang kulay yan. Kasi, nung ginawa yung mga chemicals niyan, they are in their reduced form. Okay, so naka-reduced form yan. Now, if the stain is an alleged blood stain, it contains an enzyme which is responsible for this oxidation process. Anong tawag doon sa enzyme na yun? So it is known as peroxidase. Okay? So peroxidase is an enzyme found in the hemoglobin of the blood that acts as oxygen carrier. Doon nang diniscuss ko yung procedure, no? Lagi ako nagdadagdag ng hydrogen peroxide. Okay, what's the purpose of the hydrogen peroxide? It is now the source of oxygen. Kasi kailangan ma-oxidize yung mga test reagents. So saan ngayon manggagaling yung oxygen? doon sa hydrogen peroxide. Okay, kanina kasi nung dinidiscuss ko, okay, you have the alleged blood stain, then you're going to add 1 drop benzene reagent, 1 drop of hydrogen peroxide. Lagi ko nababanggit si hydrogen peroxide. Kasi ito yung magiging source ng oxygen na dadalhin ni peroxidase, na i-react ni peroxidase doon sa mga chemicals natin. Okay, next we have the luminol test. So ito yung panglimang test natin, ha? Okay, nahiwalay siya because it does not go to the oxidation. Hindi siya kasama sa oxidation. This is a different test, but still it is a preliminary test. No? Why preliminary test? So its limitation is that luminol is known to destroy many important blood factors necessary for the forensic characterization of blood. So meaning, pagka-spray ng investigators, kasi usually ang gumagamit yan investigators eh. Pagka-spray ng investigators ng luminol reagent doon sa, let's say, doon sa particular place, no? If they suspect that blood is found in a specific place, they have to spray the luminol reagent. Okay, pagka-spray nila doon, and then once blood is found on that area, the positive result is emission of light. So, ang gagawin nila doon is padidilimin yung part kung kailan, saan nila itetest kung may blood ba o hindi. So, they have to darken the area first, padidilimin muna nila yung lugar, tapos they have to spray the luminol reagent. Once na nagliwanag yung place na sprayan ng luminol reagent, that means it is with the presence of blood. So, may blood doon. Okay, nakikita ko sa mga movies yan. Ang hilig ko kasi manood ng mga movies, no? Mga investigatory na movies. May mga luminol test silang pinapakita doon. So, this is considered as a preliminary test. Why? Luminol is known to destroy many blood factors. So, pagka-spray pa lang ng luminol reagent doon sa blood, sira na siya. Okay, sinira ni luminol. So, the test will stop there. It will just identify the presence of blood. Hanggang doon na lang yun. Kasi sira yung ating specimen. Okay? Tapos na tayo sa preliminary. The next, we have the confirmatory test for blood. So again, the confirmatory has 3. But what is this confirmatory test first? So this is used to establish definitely that the stain is really blood. So kahit nag-positive sa preliminary yung ating blood stain, kailangan dumaan pa sa confirmatory test yan. So the purpose, that is to establish the presence of hemoglobin that confirms that the stain is really blood. Okay, so the chemist should establish the presence of the hemoglobin. So, paano? Now, there are 3 confirmatory tests for blood. Okay, first, we have the microscopic. Number 2, we have the microchemical or the microcrystalline test. Then number 3 is the spectroscopic test. O, isa-isahin na naman natin to. So what's the purpose of microscopic test? So microscopic test is useful for the demonstration and mensuration of blood corpuscles, for making the distinction between mammalian, avian, piscine, and reptilian blood. So a purpose of microscopic is to identify whether blood is from mammals. Sino to mga mammals? These are the childbearing animals. Then human beings are included here. Okay, avian. Anong group ng animals ang avian? These are the birds. Okay, and then we have piscine are the fishes. Then of course, the reptiles, mga mga reptiles natin? Lizard, mga alligators, mga ganyan. Okay, so doon sa red blood cells pa lang, malalaman natin kung galing sa mammals yan, galing sa ibon, galing sa fish. Okay, what else? for the investigation of menstrual, local, and nasal charges. So, anong ibig sabihin nun? So, local means sugat. Menstrual means menstruation, of course. Blood na galing sa menstruation. Tapos yung local, galing sa sugat, wounds. Then we have nasal charges, yung mga ini-excrete ng nasal passages natin. So this is the difference between the red blood cells of human with that of other animals. So as you can see, no? So the human red blood cells are circular in shape, and then they are, it is smaller in size. Okay, and non-nucleated. So, walang nucleus. Yung black na nakikita nyo sa gitna ng bawat red blood cells ng iba't ibang hayop, nucleus yan. Okay, so nucleus yan. So, non-nucleated ang human red blood cells. Animals meron. Then they are shaped. So, it's oval, then larger ang size niya. Okay, kahit tingnan pa natin sa microscope yan. Yan ang itsura ng mga red blood cells ng mga human beings as compared to other animals. Next, we have the microchemicals. So number 2 confirmatory test for blood is the microchemical or the microcrystalline test. All right. So there are 2 microchemical or microcrystalline tests for blood. So first is referred as the hemochromogen crystal or Takayama test. So positive result is a large rhombic crystals of salmon pink color arranged in clusters or sheaves that appear within 6 minutes. So paano ginagawa ni chemist yan? So the chemist will cut a small portion of the blood stain, then place it in a glass slide. Tapos he has to dissolve that in a saline solution. Okay, tapos tatanggalin na niya yung papel o kaya yung cloth kung saan naroroon yung blood stain. Then he has to treat the blood solution. Siyempre natunaw na yun, so blood solution. He has to treat that with 1 drop of the pyridine reagent. And then heated using an alcohol lamp. Okay, so ang purpose niyan is to hasten the reaction para mapabilis yung reaction ng pyridine doon sa ating blood. So after that, he has to observe it under the low power objective and the medium power objective of the microscope. Tapos, yan yung result. No? So large rhombic crystals with salmon pink color, which are known as the hemochromogen crystals. So ayan na itsura niya. So when you're going to view that under the microscope, so they are clustered together or they are grouped together. So they are rhombic crystals with salmon pink color. They are arranged in clusters which appear within 6 minutes. So ibig sabihin guys, kung talagang blood yung tinetest ng chemist, makikita yan under the microscope. So they are called the hemochromogen crystals. Next, we have the Teichmann-Haymin test. So another microchemical test is the Teichmann-Haymin test. So the same procedure as that of the hemochromogen or Takayama test. So i-extract muna ng chemist yung blood stain with the use of the saline solution. Okay, pagka natunaw na yung blood stain, he has to add this time acetone na nilalagay lang dyan. So papatakan niya ng acetone yung blood solution, then he has to view that under the microscope. So anong positive result? Is a dark brown rhombic crystals known as the hematine chloride. So anong substance or anong part ng blood ang nag-cause ng formation ng hematine chloride at hemochromogen crystals? It is the presence of the hemoglobin. So once may hemoglobin yan, once talagang blood yung stain na yon, makikitaan niya ng hematine chloride dito sa Teichmann-Haymin test makikitaan mo ng hemochromogen crystals, yung stain na yon, using the hemochromogen crystal or the Takayama test. Okay. Next, we have the spectroscopic. So among the three confirmatory tests for blood, the most delicate and reliable test for the determination of the presence of blood in both old and recent stains is the spectroscopic. So this test is an instrumental method. No? It is performed by means of an optical instrument known as the spectroscope. So pinakamadaling procedure itong spectroscope kasi itatapat lang ng chemist sa spectroscope yung blood stain. Tapos, ang i-observe na lang niya dyan is a color reaction. Sa limbawa, ang meron doon sa stain is the presence of oxyhemoglobin. Anong kulay ng spectrum ang makikita niya sa spectroscope? Okay, doon sa instrument. It is an orange-red pigment. So kulay orange-red yan kung ang meron doon sa stain ay yung tinatawag natin na oxyhemoglobin. Okay, so light lang yung hahanapin nila doon. So these are visible light. So the word spectrum, spectroscope means light. Next, we have the precipitin. So na-establish ni chemist na talagang blood yon. So it gave positive results with the confirmatory. So dugo talaga siya. So what's the next? That is to determine whether the blood is of human or animal origin. So what's the positive result? So precipitin class is or means there is formation of a precipitate. Anong ibig sabihin ng precipitate? Solid. There is a formation of solid. So the positive result here is a white cloudy ring at the contact points of the fluids that appears immediately or within 1 or 2 minutes. Ano itsura? Ganito. Okay, so let's say you have your test tube. So yung nasa baba, let's use the left side. So yung nasa baba is the anti-serum. Okay, so yun yung test reagent natin, which is the precipitin reagent. O ito na lang gamitin natin to black sa right side. Okay, this one. So ito, bawa, gustong i-test ng chemist kung talagang human blood yung specimen. Right. So ito, meron na siyang antibodies. Ito yung test reagent. Tapos, ibubuhos niya yung human blood dyan. So, paano natin malalaman na human blood yan? Ito yung makikita ng chemist. So, there is a formation of a white precipitate. Precipitate means solid. So, magkakaroon ng solid dyan at the zone of contact of the two liquids. Okay, tanong, ma'am, paano pag animal blood yan? May makikita ba tayong white precipitate? Wala. Okay, limbawa ang binuhos yan, binuhos yan is animal blood. Makikita ba natin to? Hindi. So, it's only the human blood which will render a cloudy precipitate or a white precipitate at the zone of contact of the two liquids. Kung saan magmimit yung dalawang liquid na yon, the test reagent and then the human blood, doon natin makikita itong white precipitate na to. Okay? Now, there is a limitation of the precipitin test. So the precipitin test not only reacts not only with blood proteins but also with other body proteins such as saliva, semen, mucus, and other body fluids. So hindi lang blood ang nagpa-positive sa precipitin test, no? So magpa-positive din ang saliva, semen, and other body fluids. Pero walang problema dyan sa number 1 na limitation na yan. Kasi before the chemist will perform the precipitin test, dumaan muna sa confirmatory yan. So na-confirm na blood yung stain. Okay, nagkakaproblema lang tayo dyan sa number 2 at number 3. Okay, why? So chemicals like acids, alcohols, we have crystals, formaldehyde, we have corrosive sublimates or other germicide may alter blood to such extent that the reaction cannot be performed. Halimbawa, ang crime scene natin ay pagawaan ng alcohol, ganyan, no? So, natapunan ng alcohol yung blood sa flooring. So, what will happen? So, kahit i-test natin yan using the precipitin test or the precipitin reagent, pag negative yung result, hindi natin siya makikitaan ng white precipitate. Kasi sinira nung alcohol yung precipitin reaction natin. The same way with the effect of heat. So, halimbawa ulit, ang crime scene natin ay sa labas, no? So, naarawan ng husto yung human blood. So, this will also render a negative result. Okay, so take note of that. So, those alcohols, and then we have heat will alter or will render a negative result for the precipitin test. Okay, so napatunayan na natin na human blood siya. What's the next? So let's go to the blood grouping and blood testing. So again, as I've said, there are 4 blood groups. We have blood group A, blood group B, blood group AB, and then group O. All right. So among these blood groups, universal donor is group O. So meaning, no, dominant ang blood group O, no, among individuals. Maraming blood group O. Maraming tao ang may blood group O. Kaya siya tinawag na universal donor. Okay? And then, group AB is universal recipient, or this is also known as royal blood. Bakit? Kokonti ang taong may group AB. Okay, mas delikado nga pag group AB eh. Mahirap hanapan ng dugo ang group AB kasi kokonti ang merong blood group AB. So, who discovered this one? So, it was Landsteiner. So, Landsteiner discovered the 4 blood groups. Okay, based on the presence of antibodies and antigens in the red blood cells, antibodies in the serum. All right, so what are antigens? Antigens are characteristic chemical structures or principles found in each surface of the red blood cells that simulates the production of agglutinins. There are 2 types of antigen or agglutinogen. We have antigen A and then we have antigen B. Okay, nasa red blood cells yan, tandaan nyo. Kasi let's go to blood grouping na. Then on the other hand, the serum contains proteins or principles known as antibodies or agglutinins, which cause agglutination or clumping of the red blood cells. Now, there are 2 different agglutinins. So, ang agglutinins natin nasa serum yan ha. Tapos yung antigen natin nasa red blood cells. So, we have 2 different agglutinins. We have the anti-A and then we have anti-B. All right. So, these are our blood groupings. So, if the blood group of an individual is A, the antigen present on his red blood cells is antigen A, but his serum contains anti-B. Ayan. So, medyo malilito kayo dito ha. If the blood group of an individual is B, the antigen present in his red blood cells is antigen B, but his serum contains anti-A. If the blood group is AB, both antigens A and B are found in his red blood cells, but his antibodies do not contain any. Wala siyang anti-A, wala siyang anti-B. So, walang antibodies yung kanyang serum. If the blood group is O, so that person has no antigens, wala siyang antigen A or wala siyang antigen B. Ang meron sa kanya ay antibodies. We have the anti-A and the anti-B. Alright, so how do we apply now, or how do we determine the blood group of a certain individual? Okay, so we apply 2 methods here, class, no? So dalawa yan. We use the direct technique in grouping of fresh blood, and then we use the absorption elution technique or indirect technique for dried blood or stains. Okay, so ano ang concept natin dyan? So grouping of fresh blood is done by direct method. So meaning, so yung ibig sabihin guys ng positive saka negative dyan, positive means there is agglutination and then negative means there's no agglutination. So if the blood group is A, no, the antigen present of course is A. So it will give a positive with anti-A but not with anti-B. I-summarize ko to. So I will stop the sharing, tapos i-explain ko ng husto yan. Okay. I-share ko muna sa inyo yung whiteboard ko. Ay, wait lang guys. Yung aking writer is nandoon sa bag ko sa kabila. Wait lang ha. Kukunin ko lang saglit. Ayan. Kalimutan kong kunin. Doon sa sala. Wait lang. Excuse lang. Okay, so dito ulit ako. Limutan ko yung aking pen, aking writer. Alright, so we have grouping. Lock tayo. Okay, so this is grouping. Oh, bakit? Of fresh blood. So, ang technique na gagamitin natin is the direct technique. I hope maalala nyo to kung diniscuss sa inyo nung undergrad nyo. So, what we need here is, of course, fresh blood. No? So, fresh blood plus anti-A and then anti-B. Fresh blood plus anti-B. Okay, there are two possible visible results or positive results. So, ito yung materials natin. So, fresh blood plus the anti-A and then fresh blood plus the anti-B. So, there are two possible positive results. It may be, one is agglutination. Okay, so meaning there is clumping. Bakit mapangit ang sulat ko? There is grouping or clumping of red blood cells. So ito, this is positive ha. Ang sign na ginagamit sa lab niyan is positive. Tapos yung no agglutination, Okay, ang sign niya negative. So, no clumping yan. Or no grouping of red blood cells. So, ang gagamitin dyan, of course, we have the microscope. Although, sa direct technique, this can be seen even with the naked eye. So, what will we do here? So, let's say I have here 2 slides. So, may slide akong dalawa, guys, dito. So, kunyari, ito yung blood ko. So, this is my fresh blood. Tapos, lalagyan ko siya ng 1 drop ng anti-A. Then, another slide containing anti-B. So, kung ang result nito is, let's say, may clumping dito. Okay, ganyan. Tapos sa kabila is ganyan, hiwa-hiwalay. So, this is positive. This is negative. Right. If the fresh blood is positive with anti-A, but negative with anti-B, the blood group of this is group A. Okay? So, doon siya nag-positive sa A, nag-negative siya sa B. Sa group A yan. Now, kung halimbawa, ang blood group ay, okay, so another slide. Meron tayo isa pang panibagong slide na galing sa ibang tao. Okay, tapos dito, okay, another set, fresh blood plus anti-A. Tapos, fresh blood from the same person, isang tao lang ang may-ari nitong blood na to, plus anti-B. So, pag dito nag-positive, okay, so there's agglutination here or there's clumping of the red blood cells, negative dito. Okay, hiwa-hiwala yung blood dyan. So, at negative to, then this is positive. The blood group is group B. Okay, kung saan siya positive, yun ang blood group niya. Ayan. Another is we have, okay, another person. So, ito yung kanyang blood. So, I have here again, fresh blood. From isang tao ulit to ha. Isang tao may-ari niyan plus anti-A. Then, another, yung kabila, anti-B ilalagay natin. So, if this will give both positive, yan. So, parehas may grouping na red blood cells yan. Yan. So, parehas positive yan. Ibig sabihin, parehas may clumping. Anong blood group to? So, this is group AB. Okay? Now, how about the group O? So, fresh blood natin plus anti-A plus another set. Isang tao galing plus anti-B. So, pag ito, okay, magparehas, no? They will render a negative result. So, hiwa-hiwala yung red blood cells ng ganyan. So, walang grouping na nangyari. So, negative ang sign niyan. Negative din dito. This is group O. Okay? Take note of that, ha? So, this is the positive result that we can obtain now when the blood group is fresh. We apply what we call the direct technique. Now, how about if it is a stain? So, pag stain yan, pwede nyo i-screenshot yan, guys. So, screenshot nyo muna. Then, tell me kung okay na. Mag-thumbs up lang kayo kung okay na. Yes, Mr. Alcantara, may question? Hello? Oh, go ahead, Iho. May question? Sige lang, you can raise your question kung meron. Hello? Oh, okay na. G, Marcel. May mga question ba kayo? Hindi kayo marinig. Mag-open kayo ng cam. O okay na yung ano, okay na yung screenshot. Yun yung ibig niyo sabihin? Hello? Dami niyo pala, 150 tayo lahat. Okay, so kung na-screenshot nyo na to, I'll stop sharing. Balik tayo sa slides natin. Alright, so yung una natin is direct technique yun, di ba? Now, how about if it is stain? Okay, ito. Tapos na tayo dito. Our next is we have yan. So next we have blood grouping of dried blood. Or this is in the form of stain. Yung dried blood natin, stain yan ha. So we can apply the absorption elution technique or indirect technique. So bakit siya indirect? So tingnan nyo ha. It's the opposite of the positive result of the direct technique. So what is to be grouped here kasi is already the serum, no? So bakit hindi pwede nating i-group yung red blood cells dito? So the red blood cells have been ruptured or have been destroyed due to drying kasi stain to eh. So hindi na siya pwedeng, it can no longer be identifiable. So yung reverse technique, the opposite technique ang gagamitin. Wherein, what is to be grouped is the serum. Okay, so anong ginagawa dito? So, libawa, blood stain, tapos sa laboratory, they have to soak that for 24 hours or 18 to 24 hours. Magdamag na nakasok yung blood stain. Then, all they have to do is to add that to unknown A cells. So, they have already in the laboratory known A cells and then dadagdagan nila ng anti-A and then we have the blood stain. Okay, dadagdag na nila yung blood stain. Yan. Tapos kabila naman, we have B cells plus anti-B and then plus blood stain. So if it is positive with A cells but not with B cells, okay, stain to ha, if the blood stain gave positive with the A cells but not with the B cells, the blood group is B. Tingnan nyo ha, it's the opposite of the result of the direct technique. So, doon siya nag-negative sa B cells, ang blood group niya ay group B. Kasi stain na tong tinetest natin. While if the blood group of the stain is A, it will render a negative result with A cells and positive with B cells. If the blood group of the stain is O, it will give positive to both the A cells and the B cells. If the blood group is AB, it will give negative to both the A cells and the B cells. So it's just the opposite of the indirect technique. Kung saan siya negative, yun yung blood group niya, lalo sa A and B. Okay, binaliktad din ulit yung result ng group B tsaka group AB tsaka group O. Kung alin yung positive, yun yung group O. Then kung alin yung negative, yun yung group AB. Basta indirect technique. So please be careful in, let's see, there are some situational questions that may arise in the board exam. Tingnan niyo yung question kung yan ba ay stain, no? Kaya blood. Limbawa, the statement goes this way. The stain found on the shirt of, let's say, Miss X gave positive with A cells but not with B cells. So stain yun. So you have to apply that indirect technique. Pero kung ang question ay halimbawa ganito, the blood of the victim is positive with anti-A but not with anti-B. Ibig sabihin ng fresh blood, and then what you're going to apply is the direct technique. Okay? So depende sa bagsak ng statement yan doon sa mga situational questions sa ganyan. So pag stain, ang gagamitin nyo, ito, indirect technique. So it's the opposite, just the opposite of the direct technique. Pero pagka ang statement is the blood of the victim, the blood of the suspect, ganon, ibig sabihin fresh blood yun. Okay? Alright, next we have the blood typing. So, iba guys, you should understand that blood grouping is different from blood typing. So the blood typing of blood, so there are two new agglutinogens or antigens in the human red blood cells, which defines the three blood types. So namely, type M, type N, and type MN. Okay, so tingnan nyo ha, kasi sa medical point of view, ang tawag nila sa type is type A, type B, type AB, type O. So dito sa atin, as future law enforcers, ako as chemistry professor, I use blood type M, blood type N, type MN. Ang blood group natin, group A, group B, group AB, group O. Huwag nyo lituhin yung sarili nyo. Alright, so this blood typing, guys, is very useful in disputed parentage also. So we usually use the direct technique here, no? So it's applicable to direct technique. Okay, so ganyan din yung positive result niya. So if, let's say the blood type is M, it will be positive with anti-M but not with anti-N. If the blood type is N, it will render a negative result with anti-M, positive with anti-N. If the blood type is MN, so parehas positive. Positive siya sa anti-M, positive siya sa anti-N. So wala tayong parehas na negative-negative kasi tatlo lang naman yung blood type natin. Okay? So intindihin niyo itong maigi ha? Ayan. Next, we have the inheritance of blood. The knowledge of the law of genetics will make it easier to understand the principle involved in the inheritance of blood groups. So the inheritance of blood groups are predetermined by the presence and absence of two factors or genes called gene A and gene B. So ano naman si gene? It is a complex chemical units in the chromosomes by which hereditary characters are transmitted. Okay, so ito yung ating genetic combinations of the ABO blood system. So if we're going to apply the law of genetics, so if the blood group is A, the possible genes are AA or AO. Okay, pag B naman, BB or BO. If it is AB, syempre AB talaga yan. Then pag O, the blood group is OO, yan. Then these are the possible children which we can get, no? So sa law of genetics, it will explain how the blood group of the parents are inherited by their offsprings or their children. So, halimbawa, ang parents, ang blood group ng father tsaka mother parehas O. So, syempre, ang blood group ng kanilang children is O only. So, impossible for them to have children with blood groups A, B, or AB. Okay, so ito yung pinaka-summary. I'll show you how we derive the blood group of certain individuals, no? Or the possible blood groups of children given the blood groups of their parents. Okay, halimbawa, ang father ay, let's say, Okay, the father is, let's say, AB. Then the mother is, let's say, B. Ayan. So pag ganyan, since chromosomes always come in pairs, so ang ipapares nyo dito, guys, is O. Okay? So pagka single lang yan, you have to pair it always with O kasi universal donor naman si A. So paano natin madederive ang possible blood group ng kanilang anak? So we have to crisscross match. So ito, from A, we have to crisscross it to B there. So ang product niyan, magiging A, B. That's another match. Bali, possible dyan, 4 na matches yan. So A dito, tapos imamatch natin kay O. So this is A, O. And then inner dito, si B, imamatch natin kay B dito. So this is B, B. And then we have B, imamatch natin kay O. So magiging B, O. So ano ang possible? What are the possible blood groups of their children? So ito, so this is concluded to be AB. Okay, so this is A. So ang dominant dito, A na ha. Okay, so ito, this means this is B. Then itong B, dominant pa rin si B dyan. So, ang possible, the possible blood group of their children are AB, then we have A, and then we have B. So, yan. So, impossible for them to have a child with a blood group of O. Okay, so ganyan lang mag-derive ng blood group ng kanilang anak. Halimbawa, another is a blood type naman. So the father is MN. Then the mother is, we have N. So ipapares natin dito N. Pag M to, halimbawa M to, M may ipapares natin yan. Okay, so kung MN, walang problema kasi MN naman talaga. Pero kung N ang mother, NN. Pag M ang mother, halimbawa, MM. Basta M, MM. Pag N, NN. Okay, so mag-cross match ulit tayo. So first here, tapos doon. So first, sa MN yan. Tapos ulit M, tapos doon sa kabila naman, MN. Tapos ito, inner, tapos inner, NN. Tapos we have inner, tsaka outer doon. Ito, we have NN. So, the blood type of their children, possible na magkaroon sila ng anak na may blood type M, N, tsaka N lang. So, impossible for them to have a child with a blood group of M. So, hindi sila pwede magkaanak ng ang blood type niya, blood type I should say, blood type M. Hindi pa pwede yun. Mga mamaya, nasa lisihan pala yung tatay, kaya nagka-blood type M yung anak nila. So, yun yan, no? Okay, another one. Let's say the father is, madali na lang to, guys. Then we have the mother. So, if the father is O and then the mother is B, so ipapares natin dito O, then ipapares natin O. Okay, so we have OB, we have OO, we have OB, then we have OO. Dito. Okay. So, possible na blood group is B lang, tsaka O. So, yan lang yung blood group ng kanilang anak. So, impossible for them to have a blood group of their children, AB, tsaka A. Kuha nyo na, guys. Okay, so tapos na tayo sa, sa blood group. So our next topic will be semen and seminal fluids. Break tayo saglit, kahit mga 5 minutes, ha? Okay, break time saglit. Makainom lang ng konti. Okay, 5 minutes. So balik ako ng, ng 9 o'clock exacto. It's 8:55. I'll be back at exactly 9 o'clock. Okay? Ay, andito na ulit ako. Hello. Okay. So, nag-take na ka ng medicine. So, okay na to. I hope may naintindihan kayo dito sa blood grouping. Okay, next. So, we have semen na tayo. Close muna ako ng ano. Close ko muna ito. Diba? Okay. Semen. Okay, so another physical evidence, which is very important, is we have semen and seminal stains. Right. So the examination of semen and seminal stains is an important part in the routine investigation of sexual offenses like rape. So we have adultery, sodomy, bestiality, and then we have sexual homicide. Naka-ano tayo? Naka-record na to? Right. So alam niyo na ito, no? Rape, we have adultery, sodomy is sexual intercourse, male to male, ganyan. Then bestiality is sex with animals. Then we have sexual homicide. All right. So what is semen? So semen is a viscid, whitish fluid of the male reproductive tract consisting of the spermatozoa suspended in the secretion of accessory glands. No? So, viscid means it is a gelatinous. No? It's a gelatinous whitish fluid which is only produced by the male reproductive tract. So, sa lalaki lang galing itong mga semen na to. Then the most important part of semen is we have the spermatozoa. Why? Because this is the one which is responsible for reproduction. Then the other parts, we have seminal fluid, we have epithelial cells, and then crystals of choline and lecithin. So itong mga choline, mga lecithin na to guys, these are actually protein bodies. So the normal quantity of seminal fluid per single ejaculation is 2 cc to 6 cc. So konting-konti lang yan. So for every release of a healthy young man, releases or it contains around 400 to 500 million spermatozoa in a single ejaculation. So ito na yon, yung 2 cc to 6 cc will contain around 400 to 500 million spermatozoa. Okay? So, except for some cases, ayan, cases wherein ejaculation has no spermatozoa. Okay, 1, males suffering from what we call aspermia. So what is aspermia? It is a condition wherein males have no spermatozoa at all in their seminal fluid. Okay, so ito yung mga baog. Alright? Then number 2, we have males suffering from oligospermia. So ano naman to? Oligospermia is a condition wherein males have abnormally low sperm count or with few spermatozoa. So itong oligospermia may be hereditary or acquired. So paano na-acquire yan, guys? No? So there are some causes of this low sperm count resulting to low sperm count. So we have alcoholism. So pag mahilig uminom, okay, pag alcoholic ka isang tao, maaaring bababa ang sperm count niyan. What else? We have drugs. And then excessive sexual intercourse. Yan yung mga causes ng oligospermia. And then yung palaging nagsasuffer ng STD. So sexually transmitted diseases. So these are the causes of oligospermia. Next, we have the forensic characterization of semen. So a large number of criminal cases handled by a forensic lab often involve sexual offenses, making it necessary to examine exhibits for the presence of seminal stains. The forensic examination of semen follows a two-step process, which includes location of the semen. So, sa location ng semen is, it will answer the question, where are these semen located? No? So, saan i-collect yung mga yan? And then, conducts tests to prove the identity of the one who produced it. So, we have the collection, that's the first part, which is the location. The number 2 is the different examinations. So where can we find semen and seminal stains? So semen can be found fresh. Now, halimbawa, no? The investigators are investigating a sexual a criminal offense or crime offense. So, ang unang-una nilang unang-una nilang i-observe yan, guys, is to determine the presence of fresh semen. So usually, they can find this, at alam na nila yan, they can find this, no, in the vaginal and rectal contents of the victim. Okay. Then it is also found as dried secretion or condition on the hair and skin around the genitals. So sometimes, no, pagka-release ng semen or the seminal fluid, it is in the solid or it is found as a dried secretion. Ito na yung sobrang lapot na secretion, no? Tapos nakikita yan. So these are the possible locations of this dried secretion. So it is found on the hair and the skin around the genitals. Then semen can be found as dry stain on underclothing and bed clothing. So ano yung mga underclothing? So mga underwear yan. Underwear ng victim, underwear ng suspect yan. And then we have the bed clothing. So we have bed sheets, blankets, pillowcases, any other mga bed clothings na nandoon sa, syempre doon sa crime scene. Okay. What's the next? We have the proper collection. So in collecting, preserving, packing, and transportation of specimen, it's very important to collect the specimen or collect the clothing as soon as possible. So seizure of apparel must be done as soon as possible. So in packing a clothing worn by the victim, there should be no friction between the apparel and the stain. So paano ginagawa yan? Okay, so mamaya, tapusin ko muna yung number 3. Specimen should not be rolled in transit. And the number 4, specimen should be thoroughly dried before packing. So, pagka ginawa na to, guys, halimbawa, may underwear na nalocate ang mga investigators sa crime scene, they have to air dry it thoroughly before packing. So, air dry muna. We cannot dry it using sunlight again, as the sunlight can destroy the different components of the semen. So it should be air dried and then to be packed in between 2 sheets of cardboard. So isa sandwich, halimbawa underwear yan, isa sandwich sa 2 cardboard yan, no? It should not be rolled. What else? Ano yung kanina? There should be no friction between the apparel and the stain. So ang dapat na gagawin dyan is to sandwich it in between 2 pieces of cardboard para hindi magkaskas yung apparel doon sa stain. Why? Because A dried condition semen is brittle, so it can easily be lost. Madaling malaglag sa tela yan pagka tuyong-tuyo siya. So dapat hindi nire-roll yung mga semen stained clothing na yan kasi it will give a starchy feeling to the cloth. Parang alam niyo yung inalmirol o kaya nalagyan ng gaw-gaw na natuyo sa clothing. So this is the nature. So madaling mabali yan. So pag nabali, malalaglag doon sa clothing. So it should not be rolled, but hence it should be placed in between two sheets of cardboard and then to be tied together. So itatali, no? Pagdikitin yung cardboard, tas tatali. And then after that, the case information should be included on the cardboard and then placed further in a paper bag. So again, the ideal container for this semen stained clothing is a paper bag, not the plastic bag kasi mag-create na moist yun. Okay. Now, how about if the specimen is still in the fluid state? A fluid semen should be placed in a clean test tube so it can be preserved with a few drops of 10% solution of formalin, especially during hot weather, to prevent what we call putrefaction. Okay, so kung kayang i-collect using a medicine dropper, ilalagay sa test tube yan. But there are some cases na may fresh semen doon sa vaginal parts ng victim pero hindi kayang i-medicine dropper, hindi pwede i-collect ng ganon. So what is the remedy to that? Okay, so gagamit tayo ng cotton swabs. No? Cotton swab it. Cotton moistened again with saline solution. Tapos isuswab doon sa private parts ng babae. Okay, kung hindi kaya na i-collect using medicine dropper. Okay, so take note of the preservative for a semen. It is always the 10% solution of formalin or we have tall wall. Parang ilagay ko yan. So this is to prevent what we call putrefaction. So ano naman yung putrefaction? So putrefaction is the decomposition of organic substances by the action of bacteria with the formation of a foul smell. So sa madaling salita, ito yung pagkabulok ng semen, no? So kahit kasi pinifreezer, guys, ang semen, kung wala, yung seminal fluid, kung walang formalin yan, babaho at babaho yan. Experiment ko na yan sa PCCR dati, no? Because we usually require students to bring semen. Ngayon, nag-experiment kami, nilagay namin yung seminal fluid sa ref na walang formalin. Bumaho siya, no? So babaho pa rin pag walang formalin. Now, another preservative is called the tall wall. So ano naman yung tall wall? Tall wall is another organic solvent. So para siyang formalin din, no? Organic solvent yan, which is also used instead of formalin. So yung dalawang yan ang talagang preservative para sa semen. It may be tall wall or it may be the 10% solution of formalin. Okay, next we have the different examinations which are conducted in the identification of semen and seminal stain. So number 1, we have physical examination. 2, chemical. So this includes Florence, Barberius. We have the acid phosphatase test, and then 3rd, microscopic, and then 4th, we have biological examination. Okay. So isa-isahin ulit natin to. So first, we have the physical examination. So in the physical examination, what is to be observed here plus are the characteristics of a seminal stain. So ano ang pinaka properties or pinakakatangian ng isang seminal stain? So semen, when dry, gives a stiff, starchy feeling to the cloth and produces slight deepening of the cloth with the disappearance of the odor. So sabi ko nga kanina, parang inalmirol na damit. Alam niyo, almirol is the starch, no? Pag inalmirol yan, tas matigas. So yung part na may semen, matigas yun. Okay, tapos habang natutuyo siya, nawawala yung lansa. Kasi alam naman natin na semen is with a fishy odor. So sabi nga ng mga kalalakihan, sabi, ma'am, amoy Clorox, amoy Zonrox, sabi nila. But it is actually fishy. Okay, malansa. Then letter B, seminal stains exhibits a bluish fluorescence under the UV light. So let's say you have a seminal stain placed in a clothing, no? So when you're going to put that, no, itatapat natin sa UV light yan, mag-emit yan ng bluish fluorescence. Okay. Even blood under the microscope emits a bluish fluorescence. Parehas lang sila ng semen. So it is a grayish-white, sometimes yellow stain, which is typical of a seminal fluid. So halimbawa, lalo kung ang tela or kung yung underwear is white, kitang-kita yan. Grayish-white ang color niyan. O kaya it is yellow stain, which is typical of a seminal fluid. Pag natuyo sa underwear or any other materials. So they have an appearance or outline of a contour map. So parang mapa, no, na nakapagkit doon sa underwear. May have a reddish tint in case of old man. So ano yung reddish tint na yan? These are already blood traces. So syempre, matanda ang may-ari ng seminal fluid. So napuwersa, so may mga blood traces na sasama sa semen. So yun na yung mga reddish tint na nakikita pagka natuyo doon sa clothing. Okay, next. So fresh semen, alam nyo na yan, it is gelatinous or it's sticky but becomes fluid after exposure to air. So habang naka-expose yan, lumalabnaw na siya. So paglabas, it is gelatinous pero habang nagtatagal, it becomes a fluid, no? That is due to enzymatic action. So pag nag-react na yung air doon sa enzyme, no, lalabnaw yung fluid semen. Then it has a fishy odor, and then of course it has a white color. All right, next, number 2, we have the chemical examination. So although ang chemical examination class is just a preliminary, and nakalagay dyan, no? So first we have the Florence test, which is only considered as a preliminary test, no? Pero sabi ko nga sa inyo, sa bawat examinations na ginagawa ng chemist, they always start with the preliminary examination, the chemical examination bago sila mag-shift dun sa mga instrumental method. Lagi silang mag-grade 1 muna bago sila pumunta sa grade 6, parang gano'n. Ladderized ang exam nila. So how is this done? So magka-cut si chemist ng portion ng clothing, no? And then place it in a slide, kakat niya into bits, and it has to dissolve the stain using saline solution again. Okay, so tatanggalin niya yung tela doon sa slide na. So what will be left on the slide is already the seminal fluid kasi tinunaw niya using the saline solution. Then after that, he has to treat that with 1 drop of Florence reagent. So Florence reagent is iodine crystals dissolved in potassium iodide. So yun yun. Now, once this is observed under the microscope, the positive result obtained is crystals of choline per iodide that are dark brown, rhombic or needle shaped that occur singly or in cross or even group in clusters. So ano itsura ng choline per iodide? So ganyan. So guys, pagka positive na seminal stain talaga, yun nandun sa tela. Okay? Tapos in-extract yan using the saline solution. Tapos nakalagay sa glass slide yan. Yung partner na microscope, ang sinasabi kong glass slide. Tapos dadagdagan ni chemist ng Florence reagent yan. And after observing it under the microscope, tapos yan yung nakita ng chemist, that means that the stain is a seminal stain. Okay? So anong tawag yan sa crystals na yan? It is the choline per iodide crystals. Next, we have the Barbarius test. So, Barbarius test is a specific for human semen. Seminal stain as old as 6 years are said to respond to this test. So, paano na naman ito ginagawa? So, the same procedure as that of the Florence test. So, the chemist will dissolve first the seminal stain using saline solution. Then, this time, what is to be added is picric acid. Okay, anong positive result niya? So, crystals known as the spermine picrate. So, they are slender, yellowish, rhomboid crystals. Ano itsura? So, ganyan. So, once the stain is semen, no? And then, ginawa ni chemist yung procedure, adding picric acid to the semen, so it will produce a spermine picrate crystals, which can be observed under the microscope. Okay, anong test to? This is the Barbarius test. Although ito preliminary test din. Then another is we have the acid phosphatase test. So this test is the best way to locate and at the same time characterize a seminal stain. So it's just a color test. So direct application of the phosphatase solution to a seminal stain, and the positive result obtained is an orange-red pigmentation. Okay, so tatlo yung chemical test natin na. We have the Florence test, we have the Barbarius test, and then the acid phosphatase test. All right. Next, we have the microscopic examination. So, among the four tests for semen class, the most conclusive is the microscopic examination. So, why? So, it can identify the presence of the spermatozoa. The only test that is conclusive, no, from the forensic point of view class is the microscopic examination. Why? Because it can detect the presence of the spermatozoa. So, ano itsura ng spermatozoa? Parang tadpole. So, parang botete. So, ayan. So, positive result, spermatozoa is a small object with a pear-shaped head, behind which is a short neck and then a tail about 10 times as long as the head. Ayan. So, ayan, it's microscopic, no? Makikita lang sa microscope yan. Alright. Next, we have the factors which may obstruct detection of spermatozoa. Okay, first, we have the nature of the fabric. Pag sobrang tigas ng tela, guys, no? There's a tendency that the spermatozoa cannot be observed even if may spermatozoa dun sa stain na yun. Age of the stain. So, pag sobrang tagal na ng stain, no, the spermatozoa, nalaglag na doon sa, nalaglag na doon sa tela, so nawala na yung spermatozoa. Okay, sobrang tagal na kasi. Then, or kinain na ng bacteria yung spermatozoa. Mga ganong cases. Number 3, conditions to which a stain was exposed before reaching the lab. Kaya sabi ko sa inyo kanina, no, exposure to sunlight will destroy the different components. So, what if ang rape scene natin, ang rape case natin is nasa bakanteng lote, tapos naarawan ng gusto yan. So, wala, sira yung semen yan. Next, handling of the specimen. So, if mishandled yung specimen, tulad noon, pag hindi finalo ng investigators yung tamang packing, yung tamang labeling, tamang preserving ng preservation ng seminal fluid, sira yan. So, the chemist can no longer observe the presence or cannot detect the presence of the spermatozoa. Okay? O kaya pinakyan na basa, kinain ng nabulok yung semen, kinain ng bacteria yung spermatozoa, mga cases na gano'n. And then we have the last is the biological examination. So the test was proposed by Farnum in 1901. O konti lang yung mga proponents ko dito sa forensic chem, ha. Sino yun? Landsteiner, si Gawon, si Farnum. So Farnum was the one who introduced the biological examination. So this is useful to determine whether semen is of human or animal origin. So ano tawag dito sa biological examination na to? It is the spermatoprecipitin test, which is patterned from the precipitin test for blood. Okay, di ba may limitation kanina? Saliva, mucus, semen, and other body fluids can render a positive result using the precipitin test, no? So ito yun, spermatoprecipitin, especially if the semen came from a secretor. So sino tong secretor na to? A person whose body fluids contain antigen. So meaning, hindi lang yung blood niya yung may antigen, kundi yung kanyang saliva, yung kanyang sweat, ano pa, yung kanyang semen ay may antigen. Okay, so kung may antigen yan, definitely magpa-positive yan sa spermatoprecipitin test. So mag-white precipitate din yung kanyang semen sa precipitin test. Okay? Alright, next. Tapos na tayo sa semen. I hope may natutunan. Punta na tayo sa... Wait lang. Gunpowder and explosives. Ayaw matatapos kaya to. Pero we have 2 nights eh. Gunpowder, where are you? Yeah. Okay, so next topic we have gunpowder and explosives. All right. So there are some problems that may arise in the investigation of crimes involving the use of firearms. Number 1, determination of whether or not a person fired a gun with bare hands within a pertinent period of time. So we call this test class as the DPA paraffin test or the diphenylamine paraffin test. All right. Okay, when are we going to submit a suspect, no, which is suspected to have fired a gun with his bare hands? Hanggang kailan? So that suspect should be submitted for this examination within 72 hours. Kailangan nakasubmit yan. Bawa ang tao is involved sa indiscriminate firing. Kailangan dalhin agad yan sa crime lab o kaya kunan agad ng paraffin test yan. Should be within 72 hours lang. Kasi beyond 72 hours, magne-negative na yan sa gunpowder kahit nagpaputok pa ng baril yan. Bare hands kasi syempre pag naka-gloves yan, definitely mag-negative sa yan, sa gunpowder. Okay. Then number 2 is the determination of the approximate time of firing of the gun. So malalaman natin yan. Okay, kailan kaya naiputok yung baril na to? Kailan kaya naiputok tong baril na to? So that's the question. So there are some observations which we can conclude, no, whether or to conclude the approximate time when the gun has been fired. Then number 3, we have determination of the probable gunshot range. So ito yung GSR natin, guys. That is the distance from which the firearm was held from the body of the victim at the time of discharge. So tanong, gaano kalayo yung firearm doon sa target? Can we determine that? Yes, of course. No? But if the question is it always possible to determine? Ang sagot yan, no. Okay. So isa-isahin natin para malaman natin lahat yung mga questions, para masagot natin lahat yung mga questions na yan. But before that, let's proceed first to the 2 kinds of gunpowder. So we have the black powder and the smokeless powder. So black powder is an intimate mixture of 10% sulfur, 15% carbon, and 75% potassium or sodium nitrate. So carbon, yun yung uling, no? It's 15% of the ratio proportion. Then marami yung potassium nitrate talaga or the sodium nitrate. Okay. So sino nag-imbento ng black powder? Is the Chinese people. Okay. So may nakakatawang part niyan, no? Kasi what they intended to invent is something for eternity, para daw hindi sila mamatay, gano'n. But kabaliktaran yung na-invent nila, which is already this black powder. Pero sa ngayon, guys, hindi na ginagamit ang black powder. Bakit? Kasi masyadong marumi, mauling. Now, at present, what is used is the smokeless powder. Okay, so smokeless powder consists of cellulose nitrate or glyceryl nitrate combined with cellulose nitrate and some stabilizers. So ano naman yung stabilizers na yan? These are chemicals also, no, added to this smokeless powder to reduce side reaction. Kailangan walang side reaction, yun yung bigla-biglang pumuputok yung bala. So yan yan. So there are some chemicals that will restrain the gunpowder or these mga ammunitions from exploding na hindi pa dapat mag-explode. Kaya kailangan lagyan ng stabilizers. Alright. So how do these cellulose nitrate and glyceryl nitrate explode? So whenever these two explode, there are three gases that are produced. No? So we have for cellulose nitrate, the products are carbon monoxide plus nitrogen gas plus water, and then we have the carbon dioxide. So yung tatlong yan ang nagkakos ng explosion. Okay, for glyceryl nitrate naman, the products are, so of course, again, may water yan. Then we have carbon dioxide, nitrogen gas, and then we have oxygen gas. So again, there are three gases that should be produced. Yun yung nagkakos ng explosion. Okay? So once nag-explode yan, or once na nag-release ng bala, magpo-produce yan ng gases that will cause the explosion. Now, these are the possible locations of nitrates when black powder and smokeless powder explode. Okay, first, so of course, now once a firearm was discharged, no, there will be some residues which are found inside its barrel. Yeah. Number two, in or around the gunshot wound. So, syempre, may mga nitrate residues doon sa paligid ng gunshot wound. Then number three, on the clothing of the person fired upon at close range. So kung malapitan yung pagkakabaril ng isang victim, so definitely there are several nitrate residues which will be observed around the gunshot wound. Then four, on the exposed surface of the hand of the person firing the gun, definitely, pag ikaw ay nagpaputok ng baril, magkakaroon ka ng nitrate residues sa kamay mo, which can last up to 72 hours. Yan. Alright. Next, we have the factors affecting the presence and amount of gunpowder residues. Number one, we have the type and caliber of the gun. So this will affect the amount of the residue, no? As to whether the firearm is automatic or non-automatic. Pag automatic, guys, ang baril, konti ang residue niyan. Okay, pag non-automatic, like caliber 38, ano ba yun, Magnum, ano ba yung Magnum na yun? Kaya nakakalam yan. Then we have caliber 22. So mga non-automatic yan. These non-automatic pistols will, non-automatic firearms will deposit more of the residue kasi hindi niya kayang i-burn lahat, hindi niya kayang i-explode lahat yung nitrate residues. Next, length of the barrel of the gun. So in terms of the amount of the residue which will be left inside the barrel of the gun, definitely pag mahaba yung barrel, syempre maraming residue doon sa loob ng barrel. Pero pag short barrel yan, no, konti ang nitrate residues na nakadeposit doon. But in terms of the residue which will be deposited on the target, doon sa gunshot wound, no? Pag short ang barrel natin, so since short yan, no, the tendency is that the residue will almost come out from the barrel. So marami ang residue doon sa target natin. Paano pagka mahaba yung barrel? So since na-deposit doon sa loob ng barrel yung nitrate residues, lesser na yung mapupunta doon sa target. Okay, number 3, distance of the muzzle of the gun from the target. So the nearer the muzzle of the gun from the target, the more residue which will be found on the target. Pero kung yan, no, the farther is the muzzle of the gun from the target, the lesser is the amount of the residue. So ganun lang. Then we have humidity. So what do you mean by humidity? So yung pagkamaalinsangan ng panahon, guys, no? This will affect the explosion rate of the gunpowder. Okay? Kasi pag sobrang mainit, no, there will be an almost complete explosion or complete combustion of the gunpowder. So leaving behind less amount of residue. But if it is less humid, malamig ang panahon, this will slower the explosion of the gunpowder kasi nga nalamigan. So maraming nitrate residues yung dinusunog. Yun yung kaya mas marami yung nitrate residues na nakadeposit doon sa target. Kasi nga hindi nasunog lahat, hindi nag-explode lahat. Then we have wind velocity. So wind velocity means the speed, di ba? So pag sobrang malakas ang hangin, what will happen? The tendency is the residue will be blown away from the by the wind, no? Kung sobrang lakas ng hangin. So ano mangyayari? Lesser yung mapupunta doon sa target. No, kasi nga nilipad ng hangin. Pero kung walang kahangin-hangin, okay, definitely there will be more residue found on the target. Okay, and then we have the direction of firing. So, paano yan? So, depende sa position ng gunman. Kung ang halimbawa, there is a vertical firing, tapos yung gunman nasa baba, nakatapat sa kanya yung babaril niya nandun sa taas. So, saan mapupunta yung nitrate residues? Doon sa bumabaril. Wala doon sa target. Pero kung ang target mo nasa baba, tapos ikaw nagbumabaril nasa taas. So, ang mas maraming residue ngayon, yung mismong target. Kasi malalaglag lahat doon yung powder residues or the gunpowder residues. Paano pag horizontal firing? O, nakatapat. Okay? Tapat ko yung babarilin ko halimbawa. So, there will be lesser amount of residue. Why? Because there are some residues which will fall off the ground first before it will reach its destination o yung target. Kasi nga dahil sa gravity ng earth natin, so malalaglag yung ibang residue. So lesser na yung mapupunta doon sa target, lalo kung medyo malayo yung distance. Okay, pero kung kung malapit yan, talaga precisely, maraming nitrate residues yung mapupunta doon sa target. Next. So, doon na tayo sa unang problem natin. We have the determination of whether or not a person fired a gun with his bare hands. So, what's the procedure or the principle involved, rather? So, the burned residues and partially burned particles may escape around the breech of the gun and implanted on the exposed surface of the hand holding the weapon and became implanted into the skin. O, anong ibig sabihin yan? Once na nagpaputok ng baril ang isang tao, no? So yung exposed surface ng hand will catch the nitrate residues. May pores kasi yung kamay natin. So ang tendency niyan, pag nakabukas yung pores, tapos bumaril yung isang tao, sisiksik sa pores natin yung nitrate residues. Okay, sisiksik dyan to the extent that it will last at about 72 hours. Okay, nasa loob na kasi ng skin yan eh. Alright. So, what tests are we going to use to determine whether that person is positive or not with a nitrate residue? So we call it the diphenylamine paraffin or the dermal nitrate or the lunge diphenylamine test. So there are two parts of the test. First, we have the paraffin test. Anong purpose ng paraffin test? That is taking off the cast of the left and right hands to extract the nitrates. So sabi ko nga kasi sa inyo, pagka-release ng baril, so may mga pumapasok na nitrate residues sa kamay. So paano natin i-extract yan? So by applying the paraffin test. Okay, so paraffin test ang i-apply dyan. I hope na-experience nyo, ay, na-lockdown ba kayo? Did you experience this experiment, yung paraffin test? Hindi. May mga ibang schools na gumagawa niyan. Meron din mga schools na puro theoretical. Okay, so how is the paraffin test done? Okay, so kailangan ng investigator yan kasi most of the time ang gumagawa ng paraffin test is the investigator eh. So they need the paraffin wax. Okay. So they need a paraffin wax with a low melting point. Okay. So paano ginagawa yan? The investigator should wash first the hands of the suspect, no, using plain water. Okay, so hindi pwedeng sabunin yung kamay ng suspect. Okay, why? This soap may interfere in the test. Okay, so hugasan lang yung kamay ng suspect using plain water. Then after that, it should be air dried. Tapos, ipapatong sa malinis na bond paper yung kamay ng suspect natin. Okay, tapos i-melt ng investigator yung paraffin wax. Then after that, no, he has to drop the melted paraffin 18 inches above the hands of the subject, no? So he has to apply the paraffin wax by dropping from the wrist joints up to the fingertips. So tatakpan yung buong kamay niya ng melted paraffin wax. By dropping, hindi pwedeng ibuhos sa or else malalapnos yung kamay ng suspect natin. Okay, after covering it already with a thin layer of paraffin wax, no, it has to be reinforced with cotton. So papatungan ng bulak yung nalagyan, yung kamay ng suspect na covered na ng paraffin wax. Okay, what's the purpose of the cotton? That is to reinforce the cast. Kasi pag di natin nilagyan ng bulak yan, no, madaling mabali. So you have to reinforce it with a thin layer of cotton. Then after that, no, so the remaining melted paraffin is dropped into the hands of the suspect. Tapos ipipress yun para magdikit yung first layer ng paraffin doon sa top layer. Now, before the cast will set, no, the investigator should attach a case information. So ano yung case information natin? Nature of the case, then the date and time of collection, then we have the name of the person, no, who is undergoing the paraffin test, and then name and signature of the person who is taking the cast. So yung gumagawa, yung nangongolekta ng paraffin cast, yung nagpe-prepare ng paraffin cast, ano yun, kailangan isulat yung pangalan. So this is the case information. Okay. After that, no, it is wrapped with a clean paper, place it in a paper bag, tapos transport sa crime lab. Okay, anong next na step? So anong purpose ng paraffin test? That is to extract the nitrates which are implanted into the hands of the person who was suspected to fire a gun. So, i-extract niyan, di ba kasi mainit yung paraffin wax. So, pagka in-apply yan sa kamay yan, bubukas yung pores. Siyempre, didikit yung nitrates doon sa paraffin wax na natin. So, hanggang sa matuyo siya, nandoon yung extracted na gunpowder residue. Alright. So, na-extract na, nandun na siya sa paraffin cast. Now, what's the next test? So, sasubmit na sa crime lab yan. So, this is the chemical test of the test, which is referred as the DPA or the diphenylamine test. So, this test determines the presence and distribution of nitrates. So, what's the positive result? So, deep blue specks with tailings develop when nitrates come in contact with the DPA reagent. Okay. Then we have the limitation of the DPA paraffin test. So other substances which contain nitrate or oxidizing agents that are not in the ordinary course of life, like fertilizers, explosives, tobacco, firecrackers, urine, cosmetics, and detergents. So meaning, itong mga substances na to, guys, pagka tinest natin using the DPA reagent, will give the same result as that of the gunpowder residues. Pero may kaibahan sila. So I'll explain later. Another one, hands contaminated with other nitrates from other sources other than gunpowder will most likely show either a smear blue color or conglomeration of blue specks located at the different places of the hands, both dorsal and the palmar aspect. Okay, so yun yung kaibahan. Kung extracted yung nitrate residues at nahawakan lang na nitrate residues, magkaiba yung nature ng positive result nila. So ito, no, these are substances like fertilizers, cosmetics, ganyan. Pag doon galing yung source ng nitrate natin, ang positive result niya is a blue speck also, pero para siyang what do you call this, map. No? It produces a smear or a smudging. Pero yun doon sa gunpowder which came within the skin or extracted within the skin, the positive result is a deep blue specks with tailings. Okay, anong kaibahan nila? So, the chemist will consider some factors in the interpretation of the DPA paraffin test. Okay, first, we have the time of reaction. So, kailan lalabas yung blue color na to? It should be within 2 minutes. Okay. So the deep blue specks with tailing should come out within 2 minutes. And then the number of blue specks. So ilan dapat yung blue specks na makikita? Okay, it should be, and then location, it should be found on the dorsal aspect, yung exposed na surface ng hand. Tapos merong mga 3, 2, ganyan na positive specks doon sa fingers ng gunman. Then the character, dapat may tailing. Ano pinagkaiba? Okay, so I'll leave here first. Punta ako sa whiteboard para mai-describe ko sa inyo yung positive result na galing sa nitrate residues na in-extract sa kamay at saka yung galing sa what do you call this? Galing sa mga ibang substances like fertilizers, ganon. Hindi na kasha. Sige, mag-ano na ako. Yeah. Madaling mabura. Ito na lang. Try muna natin ito whiteboard natin.
Hello, ma'am. Magandang gabi po. Ma'am, okay na po, ma'am.
Ayun, na-unmute. Okay,
Ma'am,
na-unmute
pasensya na
ako.
po. Opo, pasensya na kayo, ma'am, kasi ma'am, hina talaga ng signal dito sa Bicol, ma'am.
Nahina ang signal dyan?
Opo, ma'am. Kaya po late na po ma'am.
Okay.
Sige, ma'am. Ma'am, ikaw na po bahala uli. Salamat po.
Oh, sige, sige. Tinatawagan kita. Hindi kita matawagan.
Opo, ma'am, mahina talaga signal, ma'am.
Ako andito ako sa Tagigaraw ngayon eh. Dito ako ng Cagayan.
Opo, ma'am. Ingat po kayo dyan, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Oo, bukas biyahe. And then, from here, stop over ako sa Vizcaya. Doon naman ako magkaklase ng 7 to 12 ulit bukas.
Opo, ma'am.
Ayun. Okay na, sige. I'll continue.
Salamat po.
Sige, sige. Thank you. Saan na ba tayo, mga anak? Your internet connection is unstable. Okay, wait lang. Okay naman siya. Okay, so ito tayo ha. So ito na-explain ko na to kanina. No? So this is the positive result. Tapos ito, kahit blue color to, negative ang conclusion ng dito. Negative ang magiging conclusion ng chemist dito kasi buo-buo yung blue specks niya. No, it's not specks really. It's a smear. Parang smudging ang positive result niya. So which is why ine-negative ng yan, ine-negative ng chemist yan. So ang magiging positive result niya ay ganito. Okay, so parang kama, no? So kusang lilitaw yan. So this blue color or deep blue specks with tailings will come out within 2 minutes. Okay? Ayan. So next, let's go now to wala na naman. Ayan. So possibilities that a person may be found negative for nitrates even if he actually fired a gun. Okay. So one, we have the use of automatic pistol, wind direction, we have wind velocity, what else? Excessive perspiration, use of gloves, knowledge of chemicals that will remove the nitrates. So, ano yung best na paraan para matanggal ang nitrate residue sa kamay? So, this is done by washing it with lukewarm water o kaya hot water, guys, no? So, di ba yung purpose ng paraffin wax, mainit kasi yung paraffin wax, that is to extract the nitrates. So, the same way with washing the hands of the person with hot water. So, hot water will 100% remove the nitrates from the hands of the person. Pwede din ng suka. So, yan. Para mag-render ng negative result yan. So, it may be washing it with vinegar or washing it with hot water. Right. Next, we have possibilities that a person may be found positive for nitrates even if he did not actually fire a gun. So first, it is possible that the gunpowder particles may have been blown on the hand directly from the bar of the gun being fired by another person. So lalo kung halimbawa may katabi ka tapos namaril, no? So katabing-katabi mo yung gunman na yon. So there is a tendency that your hands will catch those nitrate residues. So magre-render ng positive result yan kahit hindi ka nagpaputok ng firearm. Another one, an attempt to shield the body by raising the hand in some instances result in the implanting of powder particles on the hands of a person close to one firing a gun. So, instinct lang kasi ng tao din yan, no? Pagka tinutukan ka ng baril, what will you do? You're going to raise your hands as if masangga naman ng kamay natin yung bala. Pero wala tayong magagawa dyan. That's an instinct, no? So, that's another possibility that you will be found positive for nitrate residues even if you did not actually fire a gun. Next, determination of the probable gunshot range. So, what is to be submitted here, guys? Pero teka lang, bago tayo mag-proceed. So, doon sa DPA paraffin test pala nakalimutan ko, no? What is to be submitted? So, alam niyo naman, kasi kamay yun, di ba? What is to be submitted is both hands of the suspect. So, both the left and the right hand. Why? Because we do not know whether that suspect is right-handed or left-handed. So, para sigurado na makuha natin yung efficient na result ng examination, dalawang kamay niya ang mag-undergo ng DPA paraffin test. Hindi pwedeng isang kamay lang, kailangan dalawa. Okay? So again, you have to submit that suspect within 72 hours. Next, so determination of the probable gunshot range. So it is the clothing of the victim with bullet perforation should be submitted for possible gunshot range. All right. So there are times din that the victim is unclothed, nakahubad yung victim. So ano isasubmit natin for the determination of the probable gunshot range? It is the gunshot wound itself. Yung mismong katawan ng tao ang isasubmit for the determination of the GSR. So gunshot range is GSR. Okay. Can you still hear me, guys? Naririnig niyo pa ako? Okay lang? O, sige, sige. All right, so how do we collect, preserve, and pack the clothing? So large areas possible surrounding the gunshot hole should be made available for the test. So if conditions and appearance of the wounds point to a contact shot, all the clothing in the path of the bullet should be collected and submitted for examination. So in short, it should be the whole clothing of the victim which is submitted for GSR analysis. Okay, so buong damit ang isasubmit yan. Alright, so this is the guideline. Do not wad the specimen or pack it loosely for shipment. Anong ibig sabihin? Huwag daw ipagpag yung damit kasi malalaglag yung nitrate residues. Each specimen should be wrapped individually. Kung marami yan, you have to separate the packing. You have to separate, you have to collect separately and pack them separately also. So this is maintenance of individuality again. Okay. Clothing heavily smeared with blood should be dried thoroughly before packing. Ulit-ulitin natin. So, syempre, pag nabaril lang isang tao, may blood yan. No? So if it is still moist, you have to air dry it completely again and then place in a paper bag. So huwag kalimutan yung packaging material natin for this blood-stained clothing. Tapos meron pang mga nitrate residues yan is the paper bag. Okay, and then of course, you have to, in addition to that, you have to add the case, laging may case information na hindi dapat kinakalimutan ng case information. All right. How do we determine the probable gunshot range? So it is the clothing which is examined microscopically for the possible presence of powder residues, singeing, burning, smudging, powder tattooing, gaping hole, and carbon color. So these are now the characteristic patterns which should be observed around the gunshot wound or around the bullet perforation. So what is singeing? Singeing means slight burning of the clothing. Smudging is the blackening of area around the bullet perforation. Okay, tattooing. It is a black coarsely peppered pattern around the bullet perforation. Then we have gaping hole, means when the clothing is widely torn. Then the carbon color is a black deposit found on the periphery of the gunshot wound. Papakita ko sa inyo yung itsura ng mga to mamaya. Alright. So there are 3 zones of distances from which a firearm is discharged. 1. Those in which the muzzle of the gun was held directly in contact with the body or practically so. So ito 0 to 2 inches ang layo nung muzzle nung baril doon sa katawan ng tao. Number 2, those in which the muzzle of the gun was held about 2 to 36 inches away. But we will divide this into 2 kasi magkaiba yung characteristic patterns ng 2 to 8 sa 8 to 36. And then 3, those in which the muzzle of the gun was held away from a distance of 36 inches or more. Okay, so meaning this is already beyond 36 inches. So what are the characteristic patterns that we can observe once the distance is between 0 to 2? Okay, so the characteristic patterns, guys, around the gunshot wound are gaping hole, we have smudging, we have singeing, tattooing. So lahat ng mga characteristic patterns makikita doon sa gunshot wound pagka sobrang lapit, pagdikit yung muzzle ng baril doon sa target natin. So 0 to 2. When does this happen? So pag mga suicide, wala naman suicide na ang layo-layo ng baril doon sa sa katawan niya, 'di ba? So mga suicide cases, lahat ng mga characteristic patterns makikita doon sa gunshot wound yan. Now, if the distance of the muzzle of the gun is held from 2 to 8 inches, the characteristic patterns are smudging, and then we have tattooing. But if it is a distance from 8 to 36 inches, the only characteristic pattern that can be observed is tattooing. If it is beyond 36 inches, evidence of powder tattooing is seldom present. So halos wala na talaga tayo makikitang characteristic pattern pagka lampas 1 metro na yung layo nung muzzle ng baril doon sa target natin. Okay, so ganun lang. Now, how about if the person is unclothed, nakahubad yung tao? So a method patterned after the DPA paraffin test is applied. So how is it done? Coat a piece of clean gauze with a sufficient amount of paraffin to produce a layer of about 1/8 inch. Press this layer of paraffin while still warm against the area to be examined. So itatapal, guys, doon sa mismong gunshot wound, itong gasa na may melted paraffin wax. Okay, tapos yung test parang doon lang sa DPA yan. So what is to be examined is also the characteristic patterns. All right, ano itsura ng mga singeing, something like that? No. So, bigyan kayo ng mga examples ito. Okay, wait lang. So, I'll look for the example. Ito yung experiment ko sa mga estudyante ko ngayon. Okay, tapos balik ako sa inyo. Ito. Okay, so yan guys. Halimbawa, ito, no? So this is a gunshot wound. So ano itsura nung tattooing ito? Ito, this is an example of a tattooing. So ayan, parang may mga paminta, no? Black coarsely peppered pattern around the gunshot wound. So ito yung gunshot wound natin. And then ito parang paminta na nakapagkit dyan around the gunshot wound. So meaning, this gunshot wound was fired at a distance of 8 to 36 inches. O, ito yon. So this one, so singeing is slight burning. So ito, nag-brown-brown yung paligid na gunshot wound natin. Tapos may gaping hole is, ano to? It's a widely torn hole, no, on the gunshot wound. Tapos ito mismo yung black. Okay, even this one, so may black, pinaka-black yung gunshot wound kasi this is the carbon color. So even here, so may carbon color yan. Tapos ito, okay na ulit. Alright, natanggal yung ating example. Okay, can you still hear me? Ayun, naririnig niya ako. So ito, no, itong na to, itong gunshot wound na to, on the left side, this is fired at a distance of 0 to 2 inches. Why? Kasi lahat ng characteristic patterns nakikita natin. Yan, nawawala na ng boses. So we have black coarsely peppered pattern. So ito yung tattooing natin. Tapos nag-brown yung clothing, that is singeing. Tapos itong mga to, no, so there is a smudging. Okay, so smudging lahat yan. Kaya yan, 0 to 2 inches yan. Okay, what else? Ito pa example. So ito naman, so ito, this is 8 to 36 inches. Ito, this is 2 to 8. Okay, so ano meron? We have only the smudging. Okay, tapos may tattooing. So this is 2 to 8 inches. Ayun yung mga examples ng mga gunshot wounds, guys. Actually, this is an experiment. Okay, experiment on gunshot wounds. Okay? Ayan ang itsura ng mga characteristic patterns na dapat i-observe doon around the gunshot wound. Okay, next we have, saan na tayo? Ayan. So next we have the determination of the probable time when the gun has been fired. So what is the physical evidence to be examined here? It is the firearm itself. So the presence of the following is determined microscopically and chemically. So first, we have rust. So syempre, pagka ginamit ang barrel class, no, nagkakaroon ng rust dyan, which is why it's very important for these gun holders na linisin ang kanilang mga baril pagkatapos gamitin. Pero syempre, kung ang baril ginamit sa crime yan, wala nang panahon ng mga perpetrators na yan para maglinis ng baril. So, definitely, may mga kalawang yan sa loob kasi magre-react yung pulbura doon sa barrel ng baril. So, kakalawangin talaga yan. Then we have the presence of nitrites, the presence of nitrates. Okay, I'll show you later if how can we determine the presence of nitrites and nitrates. Then of course, we have the metallic fragments. Kasi kung natanggal yung slag doon sa slug shell, magkaiba ba yun? So, pagka nag-explode yung bala, may mga metals na mag-explode doon. There are fine particles of the metal that will be fragmented. Okay? So, yun, there will be presence of metallic fragments even on the exposed surface of the hand of the person who is firing the gun. So, ang ginagawa naman dun is swabbing. That's a modern technique, no? So, in order to determine whether a person fired a gun with his bare hands, pwede yung technique na yun, the modern technique, swabbing the hand of the perpetrator or the suspect with diluted nitric acid and hydrochloric acid. Tapos yun yung itetest nila for the presence of metallic fragments. Then we have soot. Okay, soot is the black substance. So yun yung uling. Pagka nag-explode yung gunpowder, syempre, ano yan, masusunog. So there's formation of soot, or that's the carbon soot. All right. How can we determine the approximate time of firing of the gun? So, stop ako na, sharing muna. Dann ulit tayo sa whiteboard natin. Okay, so we have determination of the approximate time of firing of the gun. Okay, so paano ginagawa ng chemist yan? So it has to, with the aid of a barbecue stick, lalo kung mahaba yung barrel ng baril, no? So the chemist will use a barbecue stick with cotton. Okay, so isa-swab niya. Swabbing. Swabbing. So ang procedure niyan is to swab the barrel with cotton. Okay, so anong gagawin ng chemist dito? He has to place it in what we call a spot plate. So yung spot plate class, this is an apparatus, no, in the laboratory para siyang sungka, which is made up of marble, ganyan. Okay. Okay, so para siyang sungka, so ilalagay dyan yung mga cotton swabs. Okay, tapos, lalagyan ni chemist ng DPA reagent ulit yan. Okay, what's the positive result? So, with the presence of nitrites, so kung ang meron doon sa loob ng barrel ay nitrites, that's the NO2. Okay, plus the DPA reagent. Ayan na nga yan. Now, the positive result here is a blue color. So what does this mean? So this means that the gun has been fired recently. Okay, take note of this, ha? So ano ibig sabihin yan, ma'am? This is within 7 days. Okay? So pinaputok yung baril na yan, which is within 7 days. Okay? Screenshot nyo na lang ito mamaya para hindi ka mahirapan magsalat. Now, if it is in the form of nitrates. So magkaiba, ha? So nitrates is the NO2. The NO3, I should say. Plus, DPA. Halimbawa, yung cotton swabbings na yan. Mas nilagyan ng DPA reagent. Then the color is blue-green. So, ito positive result nyo. Yellow-green, I should say. So, pag yellow-green ang color, that means that the gun has also been fired. Has been fired, but not recently. Okay, eto, after 7 days. Okay, so kasi nakalagay naman approximate time of firing of the gun. What if both, okay, both nitrites and nitrates? So meaning, yung ibang cotton swabs na blue, yung iba naman nag-yellow-green. So parehas. Merong nitrites na nakita, merong nitrates. So what will the chemist conclude here? So gun has been fired recently. So i-recent niya to. So within 7 days niya yun. Within 7 days to. Okay? Ayan. So this is now determination of the approximate time. So tanong, kailan pinaputok ang baril na to? So that's the procedure. No? So again, nitrates plus the DP reagent, the positive result that the chemist can observe there is a yellow-green color. So meaning, pinaputok yung baril, but it is already after 7 days. Pero kung nag-blue color yung cotton swabbings with the DPA reagent, okay, so ang conclusion niya, the gun has been fired recently. So meaning, it was a shot within 7 days. Pag both nitrates and nitrites ang naroroon, so ibang cotton swabs nag-yellow-green, tapos yung iba naman nag-blue. So within 7 days niya yan. So yan ang magiging conclusion ng chemist yan. Okay? Next we have, screenshot niyan para meron kayong magamit. I will be sharing the lecture notes. Bibigay ko na lang kay Sir Nolly nyo. Sila na lang bahala mag-distribute. Ayos na lang muna. Okay na? Na-screenshot na? Okay, next we have explosives na tayo. Ayan. Alright, so explosives. So an explosive refers to any substance that may cause an explosion by its sudden decomposition or combustion. So it also refers to a material, either a pure single substance or mixture of substances which is capable of producing an explosion by its own energy. So kahit na anong bagay yan, basta sumasabog. No? So from the word explosive itself. Now, there are 3 classifications of explosives. The first, from the viewpoint of chemical composition and structure. So meaning, what is this gunpowder or this explosive made up of? So anong pinaka-component niyan? Ano yung pinaka-ingredients niyan? So that's one classification. Number 2, with respect to functioning characteristics. Okay, gaano kalakas, gaano kahina yung pagsabog. So that's number 2. Then number 3, according to application or design, saan gagamitin yung bomba na yan? Saan gagamitin yung explosive na yan? Okay. So let's start with classification from the viewpoint of chemical composition and structure. So explosives are classified as inorganic explosives. So these are explosives that are non-carbon. So they do not contain the carbon atoms. Examples, we have lead azide, then ammonium nitrate. Ammonium nitrate, guys, is considered as the cheapest form of explosive. Pinakamura sa lahat. That's the ammonium nitrate. In fact, ang ammonium nitrate, abono lang yan. sa fertilizer. Then number 2, we have organic explosives. These are the explosives which are made up of hydrocarbons, carbon plus hydrogen. So like for example, we have the trinitrotoluene, so that's the TNT. What else? We have picric acid, or chemically known as the trinitrophenol. We have nitrocellulose, we have mercury fulminate. Then we have number 3, mixture of oxidizable materials and oxidizing agents that do not explode separately. Examples, we have pyrotechnics, we have black powder. Kasi ang black powder, di ba naalala nyo, it's made up of sulfur, carbon, and then potassium nitrate. So pag pinag-mix natin yan, then we follow the ratio proportion of each. Magiging explosive yan. So that's the black powder. Pero pagka pinaghiwa-hiwalay natin yung sulfur, carbon, and then the potassium nitrate, they will not explode, of course. Ganon din si firecrackers and pyrotechnics. These are mixtures of oxidizable materials. So tulad ng firecrackers, ano bang component ng firecrackers? So yung iba gumagamit ng ammonium nitrate, gumagamit ng phosphorus. Yung phosphorus, yun yung the poisonous component of this, yung ano nga ba yung pangalan ng firecracker na nilalaro ng mga bata na poisonous? Ano yun? Piccolo? Ha? Oh, okay, piccolo. Meron akong mga assistant dito. Okay, piccolo. So yun yung ang poison doon is the phosphorus component. Tapos some firecrackers, gumagamit silang sulfur, ganyan. And then another classification is with respect to functioning characteristics. Okay, first we have propellant or low explosives. So what are these? These are explosives that burn but do not explode and function by producing gas that produces explosions. So they are low burning and used mainly as propellants. So examples, we have the black powder, smokeless powder, firecrackers, and then we have pyrotechnics. All right, so they are classified as low explosives because they have to produce first the gas that will create the explosion. So hindi naman sila basta-basta sumasabog eh. Kailangan mag-produce muna sila ng gas. Just like the smokeless powder. No? So dapat magkaroon muna ng carbon monoxide, nitrogen gas, and then at least 3 gases that will cause the explosion. Hindi sila basta-basta sumasabog. Kailangan mag-create muna sila o mag-produce muna sila ng mga gas na nagko-cause ng explosion. Which is why they are referred as low explosives. Okay, tulad ng firecrackers, kung hindi naman maiinitan yan, no? Kung wala namang oxidizing agent yan, hindi yan sasabog. Pero once na nainitang bahagya yan, kasi it will burn, so that's the time that it will explode. Next, we have primary explosives or initiators. So these are materials that explode or detonate when they are heated or subjected to shock. So they do not burn. So pag naalog silang konti, no, they will detonate or they will explode, but they do not burn. So examples, we have mercury fulminate, and then we have lead acid. Mga solid na mga mga solid na mga explosives to, guys. Then the third one is we have the high explosive. So these are materials upon detonation that produce gas at a very high rate, thereby producing a very violent effect. So they generate gas with extreme rapidity and have a shattering effect. So what are some examples? We have ammonium nitrate. Sabi ko sa inyo kanina, ammonium nitrate is a kind of fertilizer, pero it is considered as a high explosive. Then we have the trinitrotoluene, we have dynamite, we have nitroglycerin, and then we have the picric acid. Okay, so let's have some of the components. So, ang nitroglycerin natin is made up of a mixture of nitric acid, sulfuric acid, glycerin. So, anong klase nitric acid? Mga pure yan. So, these are pure acids, no? Tapos, glycerin, ano example ng glycerin? Alam niyo yung petroleum jelly, ganyan. So, pag hinaluan natin ng concentrated nitric acid tsaka sulfuric acid yung petroleum jelly, it will result to a high explosive. Then we have dynamite. So, parang mas pinalakas na nitroglycerin yan. It's a mixture of nitroglycerin and powdered clay or sawdust. Ano yung sawdust? Yan yung kusot pagka nilagari yung wood. Tapos may mga parang powdered form ng kahoy. That's the sawdust. Then we have TNTs. Of course, it is used as a military explosive. Then the last, we have the classification according to application or design. So we have the military explosive. Syempre, ito yung mga ginagamit ng mga law enforcers natin o military. And then we have the industrial explosives, pang industry, like for example, sa mga mining sites, ganyan. Sa halimbawa, yung pinaka-mining site is a cave. Tapos hindi ma-penetrate ng mga tao, hindi makapasok ang mga tao. So, anong gagawin? Bobombahin nila yun, i-explode nila yun para ma-penetrate nila yung cave na yun. Limbawa cave, yung mining site na yun. So, ganun. Another is pag-demolish ng mga building na na yung hindi na pwedeng magamit. De-demolish. Anong pang-de-demolish? Mga explosive. Tinawag silang mga military explosives. So, what are some examples of military explosives? So, we have grenades, fuses. Ito yung mga explosive na may mga fuse, yung remote controlled na mga explosives. Ayan. Then we have ammunition, mga bala, rockets and missiles, mines. Ito yung mga tinatanim na mga explosives sa mga landmines. Ganyan. Then we have airdrop and then incendiaries. Ano yung incendiaries? Incendiaries is mga explosive na nag-create ng sunog. Then we have industrial explosives. So this include dynamites, ammonium nitrate explosives, water explosives, ang ginagamit sa mga dynamite fishing, yan. Then we have homemade or in the improvised explosives. One example of an improvised explosive, guys, is yung mixture of concentrated sulfuric acid, sugar, and then nail, mga pako, o kaya glass fragments. No, pagka nilagay sa isang ano yan, it is confined in a closed container. So parang bote, no, bottle. Then may mitya. Ano nga ba yung wick? May wick yan. No? So yung mitya, tapos pag sinindihan yan, it's already considered as an improvised explosives. Okay, or it's a homemade explosive. Yung iba gumagamit talaga ng gumagamit ng ammonium nitrate. Yung iba rin gumagamit ng potassium nitrate. So ito yung mga ginagamit nila sa improvised explosive. Okay, so tapos na tayo dito sa gunpowder and explosives. We can still have one topic. Mag-11 pa lang. Okay pa ba kayo? Para nauubos kayo. 116. Kanina 164 kayo. Inantok na kayo. Okay, next we have hair and textile fibers tayo. Forensic chemistry. Ayan. So our next topic will be hair and textile fibers. So madali na lang to. Okay, so another physical evidence, guys, no, which is usually recovered from crime scenes is hair and textile fibers. All right, so especially when there is a struggle between the victim and the suspect. So kung nanlaban yung victim doon sa suspect, maaaring may mga maiwanan ng mga fiber evidence sa crime scene o kaya yung hibla ng mga tela ng damit nila. Ayan. Okay. So sa mga movies, nakakita din ako ng mga ganito. No, random, they can collect hair samples from the crime scene. Now, hair examination is one of the oldest forms of physical evidence. So its use is older than that of fingerprints. So it is valuable because the hair of each kind of animal is different and distinct from all others. So magkakaiba tayo ng hair. Hairs are very resistant to decomposition and putrefaction. So meaning hindi nabubulok ang hair class. Kahit nakababad yan sa burak, nakababad sa kanal yan, hindi yan nabubulok. So thus, they often remain as a means of identification long after others such as facial and fingerprints have been destroyed. Okay, so siya lang yung bukod tanging may iiwan. Bawa sa upper part of the body. No? So wala na lahat, sira na lahat yung facial part o kaya fingerprints, pero ang hair nandyan pa kasi nga hindi naman talaga siya nabubulok. So how do we define hair? So hair is a specialized epithelial outgrowth of the skin which occurs everywhere in the human body except on the palms of the hands and the soles of the feet. So lahat ng part ng katawan natin may hair yan. It is the outermost covering of the skin, or it's the appendage of the skin. Now, we have two kinds of hair. We have the real hair and then a fuzzy hair. So pag sinabi nating real hair, this is usually long and straight. Okay? And then the fuzz hair is the kinky one, yung mga kulot-kulot na buhok. So, buhok na mga aitas, mga ita, mga negro, ayan, fuzz hair ang tawag doon. So, we have the parts of the hair. So, the three anatomical parts of the hair are the root, the shaft, and the tip. So, root is the one which is embedded, of course, into the skin. The shaft is the middle portion. Then the tip is the distal end. Now, if you're going to cut the shaft, no, we can be able to distinguish through microscopic examination the following. So these are the parts of the shaft. We have the cuticle, the medulla, and the cortex. Okay, so ayan yan. So hair tip, we have hair shaft, and then the hair root. Now, if we're going to cut, sabi ko nga, the cross-section of the shaft, no? So we have the cuticle. So that's the outermost covering of the hair which contains scales. So may kaliskis ang buhok natin. But of course, we cannot see that under the, with our, using our naked eye. So it's microscopic. Then we have the cortex. So it is the intermediate layer of the hair which is believed to be the most, or which is believed to be the thickest. It's the thickest part of the shaft that contains the melanin. So ano yung melanin? This is the chemical responsible for the color of the hair. So pwede siyang brown, pwede siyang black. Is the pigment. So hindi lang yung hair natin na may melanin, kundi yung ating skin. So the darker is our skin, the more melanin that it contains. Kung the lighter is our skin. So itong mga white Americans na walang melanin yung mga yan, wala silang pangontra sa UV light. So they lack the melanin, kaya puting-puti yung kanilang skin. O tayo ang maraming melanin. Then the black people. Okay, and then we have the innermost layer, okay, which is the medulla. Right? Now, what are the purposes of hair examination? So this is to determine whether the hair in question originated from an animal or human being and the comparison of questioned and known hairs. So ano yung question hairs natin? Alin doon? So these are the hair samples which are usually recovered from the crime scene. Tapos we have the standard hair or the known hair. Siyempre, galing sa ano yan? Galing sa victim o kaya galing doon sa suspect kung apprehended yung suspect. Okay. Then to ascertain whether two or more individuals could have come in contact or whether one or more individuals could have come in contact with an object. So ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, when there is a struggle or when there was a struggle between the victim and the suspect, no, there's a tendency that hair strands will be found scattered on the crime scene. Okay. So these are the guidelines in the collection, packing, preservation, and transportation of hair. So all of the hairs in the question specimen should be submitted, but do not mix hair found in different places. So just like in the collection of blood, no? So if hair samples are scattered all over the crime scene, no? So they have to be collected and packed separately because we do not know whether these hair samples collected from the different places of the crime scene belong to two or more different persons. Or maybe some of those hair strands belong to animals, then some of these hair strands belong to human beings. O kaya hindi natin alam kung galing sa victim or galing sa suspect yung hair strands na yun. Okay, so in other words, we still have to maintain the individuality of the hair samples. In vicious assault and murder cases, obtain the clothing of the victim from the hospital or morgue to avoid the loss of evidence by careless handling and to prevent the clothing from being destroyed. So dapat kinukuha agad-agad yung clothing ng victim. Okay, maaaring may mga blood samples doon, maaaring may mga hair samples doon, gano'n. Then representative samples of hair from the victim as well as the suspect should be obtained if possible. So ito na yung ating standard specimen for comparison. So ganun nga, kung may mga hair samples na nakuha sa crime scene, dapat meron tayong known samples. So saan manggagaling yung known samples natin? Siyempre doon sa victim saka sa suspect, no? Which are to be used for comparative examination kasi magiging useless, guys, yung collected evidence doon sa crime scene kung wala tayong pagkukumparahan. Okay, so kailangan natin ng representative samples. Tanong, ilang strands ang dapat? So, hair strands from the head class, yung scalp, sa scalp hair natin, there should be a dozen. So, dapat 12 piraso yan. With, of course, roots. Dapat may roots yan. Hindi pwedeng i-cut. Okay, on the upper part of the facial part ng katawan natin, sa mukha, di ba, merong mga buhok dyan, like eyebrow, eyelid, eyelashes, ano pa, mustache, bird, hair from the nose, hair from the ears, tigtatatlo yan. Tapos sa lower part ng body natin, like hair in the armpit, what else? Pubic hair, ano pa, hair from the trunk, no, sa dibdib, tapos sa limb, sa mga arms, ganyan. Tig-anim na piraso. Tandaan niyo yun na. So, it should be a dozen from the scalp, sa ulo. Tapos yung sa facial part natin, sa mukha, o the upper part, puro tig-tatlo yan. Tapos sa lower part ng body natin, tig-anim. Alright, the hair should be placed in a folded paper or in a white mailing envelope, but the corners of the envelope should be sealed with Scotch tape. So do not secure hair samples to a piece of paper with Scotch tape because this will damage the hair. So this is the proper way of collecting the evidence, no? So dapat nakalagay sa white mailing envelope, pero dapat nakasil lahat yung corner ng envelope, baka mamaya open yun. Okay, so hindi pwedeng itikit sa bond paper. Bakit? Masisira yung roots nun, which is used for the examination. So all foreign fibrous debris should be removed from the submitted specimen. Guys, kaya ako dinidiscuss yung collection kasi there are some cases wherein tinatanong to sa board exam. No? So, kausap ko yung mga dean. So, itong mga collection of evidence, because this is the work of the police investigator, sinasama nila sa board exam ang collection. Alright, so areas on an object containing hair should be protected with cellophane tape or paper tape over the area before wrapping the object for transmittal to the laboratory. Halimbawa, may hammer, tapos may mga hair strands na nakadikit doon sa hammer. Hindi dapat tinatanggal yung mga hair strands. So, kundi, they have to be protected, no? So, it should be wrapped with a cellophane tape. Okay? Dapat nakasecure yung mga, mga hair strands doon. Tapos, yun yung isa-submit sa crime lab. So, bahala na si chemist na magtanggal ng mga hair strands doon sa, kunyari, hammer yan. Okay? So next, we have the examinations which are employed in the identification of hair. So we have the microscopic examination, which is said to be the most conclusive way of identifying hair. So through microscopic examination, the forensic examiner will first determine the origin of the hair, whether it is animal or human hair. So in case of human hair, the following can be determined. Ayan. The region from which the human hair has been removed. Kasi magkakaiba ng characteristics yan. Like bird, axillary, chest, pubic, head. Okay, scalp hair are more mature than any other kind of human hair. Then bird hair, so bigote nga ba? Balbas. Mustache pala yung, yung bigote. So balbas yan. So coarse, so the characteristics are, it is coarse, they are coarse, curved, very stiff and often triangular in cross-section. Thus hair from the eyebrow, eyelid, nose, and ears are stubby, short, stubby, have wide medulla, eyebrow, and eyelashes are usually very short and has sharp tip. Thus ang trunk hair naman, so they vary in thickness along the shaft and are immature but are somewhat similar to head hairs. So they have fine and long tip ends. Okay, so ano pa, no? So through microscopic examination, so we can be able, or the forensic examiner can be able to determine the race of the person in the hair originated, whether it is from Caucasian, Negroid, and Mongolian. So masasabi daw natin kung saan nanggaling ang hair samples. Galing ba sa white American yan? Galing ba sa Negroid yan? Or the black people? Or Mongolian? Mongolian are the Asian people. Okay, how do we distinguish whether hair samples came from a black person? So syempre, ano yan? Kulot. No? So, kinky, wiry, it has a coarse texture. Pag sa Caucasian naman, these are the white Americans in terms of colors. Anong color ng buhok ng mga Caucasian? Blonde, okay, or brown, ganyan. Then they, the texture of their hair is fine. Kay pinong-pino ang kanilang buhok. Tapos ang naman, karamihan sa Asian people are black, so usually straight and black. Then with a thicker medulla as compared to that of a thicker strand, I should say, as compared to the hair strand of the Caucasian. So ang pinakamakakapal ang hibla ng buhok are of course that from the Negroid race. So how the hair was removed, whether naturally or forcibly. So in what or in which part of the hair will tell us whether it was forcibly removed or naturally removed. Plus, it is the roots. Okay? So, ang i-observe ng forensic examiner dyan, yung roots. Kung yan ba ay naturally fallen hair o kaya forcibly pulled hair. Kasi pagka naturally fallen hair yan, wala nang root yan. Okay, pagka forcibly pulled na hair yan, of course, it is oily and then bulbous, meaning meron pa siyang roots. Okay, another is whether the hair was cut with a dull or sharp instrument or was burned or crushed. So, what part or which part of the hair should be examined here? It is the tip. So, ang itatapat ng forensic examiner is the tip of the hair under the microscope. So, titingnan ba kung nasunog o kaya newly cut yung hair tip o kaya it is being crushed, yung may mga split ends, ganyan, damage ba yung end ng hair, ganun. Then, whether the hair came from a male or a female. So, syempre, through microscopic examination again, we can be able to determine whether hair samples came from a male or a female. So, generally speaking, no, hair samples from a female is long, tapos finer in texture than that of the texture of the hair of the male group. Okay, so we have here a comparison, no, between the shaft of the hair. So anong purpose nito? This is to determine whether hair samples came from or originated from human or animals. So if human hair has an MI of less than 0.5, ano yung MI? This is the medullary index. What is medullary index? This is the relationship between the diameter of the medulla and the diameter of the whole hair. Tingnan ko meron dito. Ayan. So medullary index is the relationship between the diameter of the medulla and the diameter of the whole hair. So this MI determines the origin of the hair, whether it comes from human or specific animal species. Alright, so ayan yan. So if the hair is human, so its MI is less than 0.5, then for animal, it is more than 0.5. So this is measured using what we call a micrometer eyepiece. So merong micrometer eyepiece ang para siyang para lang siyang microscope, micrometer eyepiece na yan, which will measure the MI of these hair samples. Then medulla may not be present in human hair. Medulla is always present in animal hair. So sabi ko kanina, yung cuticle ng yung cuticle is merong kaliskis, no? So, literal parang kaliskis ng isda yan. So, we can also determine whether hair samples came from human or animal through the scale pattern. So, yung scale pattern, the scale pattern is fine and each overlaps the other less than 4/5. So, that's for the human. Kaya, pag tinignan yan sa microscope, no, pinong-pino, no? While the scales of animal hair is coarse and overlaps less than half. Yan. So pigment granules are also fine in human hair and then pigment granules are coarse in animal hair. So saan lahat to? It is the comparison of the whole shaft. Diba? Ang medulla nasa shaft, ang cuticle nasa shaft, yung pigment granules nandoon sa cortex. Kaya ang dapat, that's why the shaft is considered as the most distinctive part of the hair because the origin of the hair can be determined using or by studying the shaft. Okay, so pwede yung cuticle, pwede yung medulla, pwede yung what do you call this? Medulla, cortex, pala. Okay, take note, yung cortex yung pinakamakapal na layer ng shaft natin, ha? Where the melanin is present. So ano ulit yung melanin? That is the chemical. It's a brownish or black chemical compound which is responsible for the color of the hair. Okay, tapos na tayo dyan. And then we have the textile fibers. So gaano ka-importante ang textile fibers? Ito yung mga hibla ng tela na galing sa damit ulit ng mga victims o kaya suspects. So textile fibers are fibers that can be converted to yarn. So yarn is made of fibers which have been twisted together like thread. Yan. So ito na yung mga hibla ng tela. So there are two classification of textile fibers. So we have the natural and then we have the synthetic or the man-made fibers. So anong purpose ito? Again guys, no, it's the same with that of the case of hair samples. Pagka naghilahan ng damit ang suspect tsaka yung victim, when there was a struggle between the victim and the suspect, maaring may mga hibla ng tela na iwan doon sa crime scene. O kaya limbawa nandoon sa kamay ng victim. So pwedeng kunin to as physical or it can be considered as a physical evidence. So there are three subdivisions of natural fibers. We have the vegetable, we have the animal fibers, and the mineral fibers. So vegetable fibers are made up of cellulose. Examples, yung buong part ng plant. Yan, fibers lahat yun. Such as seed, stem, bark, or bast fibers, the leaf, cotton, wood, fruit, or nut fiber. Meron pa tayo, abaka. Yan yung local natin. So abaka. What else? Okay, yun. Then we have animal fibers. These are made up of proteins. Here is included here. So wool, silk, hair. So wool is galing sa balat ng hayop. Then the silk is yung bahay ng cocoon. So that's the silk. Okay, and then of course we have hair. Then mineral fiber, example of this is asbestos. Can we determine this fibers class? Yes, no? So malalaman natin kung mineral fiber yan, kung animal fiber yan, or vegetable fiber. How? Okay, so before that, let's have first the two kinds of synthetic. So we have the organic and then inorganic. So alam niyo na yung organic and inorganic. Organic with carbon plus hydrogen, then inorganic without carbon. So organic fibers, these are cellulosic and non-cellulosic. Okay, so we have our examples here. And then inorganic fibers, so mineral fibers such as glass fiber wool, glass rock, then slug wools. So sa metallic fibers natin, we have fine wire filament, yung mga pinong-pino na alambre, then steel wool, and then tinsel threads. Tinsel threads is yung pandektek ng kalawang. Tapos yung steel wool, yan yung pang-is-is ng mga kitchen utensils. Okay, so they are considered as synthetic or artificial fibers. Next, we have the different tests for fibers. So again, there are 4 different tests for fibers. We have the burning or the ignition test. Then we have fluorescence test, microscopic test, and the chemical test. So which among these 4 is the most conclusive? It's the microscopic tests. Okay. Now, purpose of the burning test. So burning test is a test that will determine whether fiber is mineral, animal, or vegetable. So madaling ma-identify guys kung mineral fiber yan, no? Kasi mineral fiber does not burn. Kaya limbawa, may unknown fiber na na-collect doon sa crime scene. Tapos, the forensic examiner will conduct the ignition test. So pag hindi nasunog yung fiber na yon, that means it is mineral fiber. Now, paano naman natin ma-identify kung animal or vegetable fiber yan? So animal fibers burn slowly while vegetable fiber burns rapidly. So yun yung pinagkaiba. Then animal fibers changes a red litmus paper into blue kasi acidic siya. Tapos ang vegetable is blue to red. So acid-like yung sa vegetable. So magka-opposite yung characteristics nila, which is why the burning test can identify whether this fiber is animal, vegetable, or mineral fiber. Now, how about the fluorescence test? So fluorescence test is another preliminary test used to identify the fibers. It is used to determine also the general group to which the fiber belong. It is not reliable for positive identification of fiber. So what's the positive result? So when animal fibers are exposed to the UV light, so fluorescence is the UV light. So they emit a bluish fluorescence. Pag vegetable fiber yan, yellowish. Bigay ko kay sir nyo itong mga notes ko dito ha. Later, bago tayo mag-final coaching ng, malayo pa naman ang final coaching natin eh, April 21 pa. Then we have the third is microscopic test. So this is considered as the most conclusive test for the identification of fibers. Why? Because the microscopic test can specify or can determine the different kinds of fibers through their specific characteristics. So meron silang kanya-kanyang characteristics which can be observed under the microscope. I just do not know if meron. Ay, wala akong kopya. Okay, bigay ko na lang sa inyo later to. Like for example, we have a cotton. So cotton, literal na cotton natin. When we observe that under the microscope, it looks like a ribbon. No? So para siyang ribbon which have been twisted left or right on its axis. Tapos ang ano naman, wool, no? Wool is under the microscope looks like it has scales. So meron siyang kasi nga hair is wool, we have hair, tapos silk. May parang no. Ang wool kasi is with proteins. So para siyang may scales. Tapos ang hair naman, it's not the silk. Ang silk parang para siyang glass rod, no? It is cylindrical tapos maliwanag, para siyang crystal, parang glass ang itsura niya under the. So meron silang specific na characteristic, which is why a microscopic test is considered as the most conclusive. Then we have the chemical test. So this includes staining and dissolution test. So it's just a supplementary test for the identification of the fibers. So there are two. We have the staining and then the dissolution test. So pag sinabing staining, kasi there are some fibers that will remain stained. So halimbawa, ibabad natin sila sa picric acid. Yung ibang fibers, no, mananatiling kulay yellow yan. Hindi na natatanggal yung stain. Yung iba naman, once they are washed with water, the color yellow will be removed. So, ayan, pwede ring mag-identify yan kung yan ay animal fibers ba or vegetable fibers. Then we have the dissolution test. So from the word dissolution, because some fibers dissolve easily with some test reagents like acids, and then we have these bases. Then some of the fibers do not dissolve. So may mga madadaling ma-dissolve, merong hindi nadi-dissolve sa mga acids and other test reagents. Okay, so this is the purpose of the chemical test. Kaya pa ba? Ano ba next natin? So it's 11:25. Kaya nyo pa? All right. So, lagi ba kayo kaya pa? Kaya pa? All right. Kasi we still have, ano na kasunod natin dyan? Document examination. Tapos we have homolage, metallurgy, drug analysis, DNA analysis, tapos forensic toxicology. Mahaba ang forensic toxicology natin, but I think we can finish it tomorrow night. Okay. Para tayo mga ano, para tayo mga kwago hanggang alas 12. Laging ganyan ang ano niyo, review niyo? Hanggang alas 12 talaga? Oh, okay. Good luck. I hope you can pass the examination. You will be the last batch for the old curriculum, no? Oh, last batch kayo na, last batch kayo ng old curriculum. I hope my daughter can also take the examination. Kaso lang nasa training na yung aking dalaga. Nasa NCRPO na siya. So I hope you can pass the examination. Ano, kailan kayo graduate? Lockdown graduates ba kayo? 2020 or 2021? 2021 kayo graduates. Okay, so we will, ang kasunod natin, tingnan ko ha. I think, wait lang. Oh, bakit hindi ko makita yung aking? Kasunod natin is document. Medyo mahaba na to, alanganin. So, I think we'll wrap up our review. Bukas na natin ituloy ito. Okay, so thank you guys for listening. I hope walang nakatulog sa inyo. So, see you tomorrow night. So, alas 7 ulit tayo bukas ang gabi. Okay, so bye-bye. See you. Hindi na ako nakapag-open cam kasi ang pangit ng aking camera because itong laptop na gamit ko is yung kanyang camera nandito sa kanyang keyboard. Okay, sige. Ano na tayo? Wrap up na tayo. Bukas na lang ulit. Okay, good night everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye na. Stop sharing. Dami pa rin naman nila yun. Alis na yung iba. Parang ano tong, parang saan kaya mga province itong mga to? Ang layo pala, Romblon, okay. Davao, wow. Ano pala to? Nationwide pala to. Nandito ako ngayon, Pasay. Nandito ako ngayon sa sa Cagayan Valley, Region 2, Tuguegarao. Pangasinan, ang dami, Osamis, Negros, Tarlac, Cavite, all over the country pala to, nakakatuwa. Isabela, Bulacan. I am from Bulacan kasi lang nakabakasyon ako ngayon dito sa Tuguegarao. Palawan, Bacara, Quezon City, Misamis Occidental. Very good. I hope I will be of help in passing your board exam. Yung mga future law enforcers. Bilisan niyong pumasa kasi ang daming kailangan PNP ngayon. 6,000 ngayong year na to. 6,000 plus. Naka-record pa tayo. Sige na, thank you, Ukraine. Bye-bye.